hello. Welcome in. This is Mind of Monsters, aka Mom, aka Sunshine, depending on how long you've been around the channel here. Kimber was supposed to join us tonight. Hopefully, she'll still be able to join us. We'll give everybody a few minutes to get in here. I'll run another intro just to give everybody a chance to wander on in. All right, and as I like to do, I'm going to run through the chat here real quick. I know Dago's not here. He's over at Miss Barbara's. And Elizabeth Lander, welcome in if you're still here. Kaylee, welcome in. There's Leslie Billy. There's my dandy. Dandy. Paula Flannery, thank you for being here. There's my Doodle Bug. Doodle saying hello to everybody. There's Mikey. Thank you for coming in, Mikey. Neil Homestead, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. And there's SRB. Hopefully you're feeling a little bit better. You can listen while you rest. That's perfectly fine, my dear. I don't know if Kimber overslept. She was supposed to take her a quick nap and pop in, so she might pop in. I know she's really interested in this case. Let me shoot her a text message real quick, and then we'll get into the case. So many of you probably have seen the Netflix documentary if you are a true crime type person. I hate to call us true crime fanatics, but I guess if you're a true crime person, ID Netflix, follow these cases and these voiceless that need a voice. You may have heard of the Yuba Five. This is a case out of California. It's very strange case. And I've covered it briefly before. Hi, Paula. Thank you for coming in, honey. I've covered it before. It's been a while back. As many of you guys know, my daughter-in-law does send me cases. She is a big fan of true crime, and this one that she asked me to cover. So first, I'm going to start out with an article just so everybody can kind of get an idea what we're looking at today. This is actually a Netflix documentary. And hopefully my swamp signal is not too terribly bad. What's going on with my StreamYard here? There it goes. All right. Yuba County 5 updates. Is this case solved in 2024? Netflix Files of the Unexplained Mystery speculation today. Fans want to crack one of the central cases of Netflix Files of the Unexplained. And that's a really good show. If you haven't seen it, definitely check that out. Netflix's 2024 docuseries Files of the Unexplained left audiences wondering if the Yuba 5 case was ever solved. The streamer's last true crime hits follow 8 real-life cases focusing on bizarre, unexplained happenings that evaded explanation for years. Episode 3 series centers around the missing Yuba County Five of men that went missing in Californian mountains in 1978. The Yuba County Five case explained. The case of the Yuba County Five, explored in the Files of the Unexplained Episode 3, gripped audiences after being included in Netflix 2024 docuseries. The Californian cold case centers around 5 men from Yuba County, California, who went missing in the winter of 1978. The 5 men Ted Weher, Gary Mathis, Bill Sterling, Jack Mandra, and Jackie Hewitt each were mid-intellectual disabilities or psychiatric conditions disappeared on the night February 4th, 1978, following attending a Chico State basketball game. This is a big website. You got that spelling error there? So we all make mistakes. No matter how human you are, we all make mistakes. Despite an extensive search that immediately followed their disappearance, they were not found. The car owned by Jack Madruga was located in a snowbank in the Plumas National Forest, a long way from their home. The car was in working order with no sign of a struggle or evidence of why they abandoned it. Months later, in June 1978, after a melt of snow, four of the men's bodies were found. Wheeler was found dead 12 miles away from the abandoned vehicle in a forestry trailer. Only bones of Jack Madruga, Bill Sterling, Jackie Hewitt were found, with investigators believing some of them lived for as long as 3 months in the wilderness before dying of starvation. Gary Mathis, 25, was never found. That is the reason why the title says Missing and Cold Case. Mysterious disappearance. The mysterious circumstances behind the disappearance of the Yuba County Five, the case becomes rife with speculation. Nearly 30 years later, authorities still do not have a good explanation for what happened to the California men. Some investigators believe, as transcribed by ABC, the group came lost in the snow on that cold night in February 1978 and started to succumb to what's known around the corner syndrome. This would have seen them following tracks from other vehicles and have getting lost in the mountains. However, the detectives seemed to think the group left their car, got tired, and decided to lie in the snow. Family members speculated foul play may have been a factor as well. Jack Madruga's mother, Melba Madruga, stated that she was adamant her son never went up there on his own, adding he was either tricked or threatened. Jackie Hewitt's brother, Tom Hewitt, thinks the 5 men could have been victims of a targeted attack, the Ted Wheeler's body being placed in the U.S. Forest Service trailer and was eventually found. And some very scary bad actors. He posited the boys were victims of a revenge plot by some local bullies, saying it was the longest lasting grudge against Gary Mathis that led to someone taking his vengeance out on all of them. Others sprouted the theory of Gary himself was the one behind the mysterious deaths. In the documentary, Jack Madruga's niece, Kathy Roberts, though the other men were scared of Mathis, thought the other men were scared of Mathis, which could have led them to follow into the California wilderness. I don't know. God forgive me. Doc and the other guys were scared of Mathis. It's not Matthias, y'all. Gary was going to the game with them and didn't really want to go with them, but they were too scared to say anything, and that came from my uncle. She also claims that she's seen Matthias in the bar at Browns Valley, California area within a year of the bodies being found. According to Roberts, she was sitting in the establishment, locked eyes with who she thought was Matthias. The men then got up and ran. His sister Tammy Phillips believes her brother could have never done such a thing. Her idea of what happened sees boys, including Matthias, getting lost in the snow after weeks without his schizophrenia medication. Matthias became separated from the group before dying in the cold of California like the other boys. I believe he didn't make it out of there any more than the other boys did. Toby Wright, author of the book Things Aren't Right, The Disappearance of the Yuba County Five, also does not think that Matthias could have killed the other 4 men. He said that Matthias' schizophrenia is easy to use as an excuse, but there is no proof suggesting it was him. His schizophrenia was an easy excuse, but there's no proof of Gary even pulling something like this off. While things could change, the case of the Yuba County Five remains open. No evidence suggests a clear conclusion in this site. So that just kind of gives you guys just a little piece of kind of some information on the case, and I have a bunch more that we're going to go over as well. Mikey, Eduardo, Is there something that do not help solving cases? That's the Files of the Unexplained. It was a really good documentary. I mean, it was a really good documentary, and it does help get the cases out there. I don't agree with a lot of what Netflix does. I'll be totally honest with you. I don't believe with a lot of the documentaries, because if you're not familiar with how Netflix does things, is they contact one side of the family. You very rarely ever see both sides, and if you do, you only see one family member. You don't normally get to see both sides of the story. That's why I wanted to read that synopsis, because there is a documentary out there. If you want to go find it, watch it. I did, because you have to look at all different points of a missing case. You can't just look at one side of a missing case and say, oh, here's my decision, that's what happened. You want to look at all cases of it. But thank you for your comment, Eduardo. Hello, Stephen. Well. Look who decided to join us. I probably woke her up. I'm going to send you the link in Discord, Kimber. Give me just a second here, y'all. Let me get her this link so she can come up on panel, because she's been busting at the seams to go over this case. She's like, Mom! There's my Twitter. If you guys want to follow me on Twitter, there. Which way did it go? This way? I forget it's mirrored. So there's my Twitter if you want to follow me on Twitter. I also have a TikTok. I don't get on there much, but you're welcome to follow me there as well. There's Kimber's link. She posts a lot of missing flyers, and we're going to get her going live as well. It might take some time and coercion, but we will get there. Says she thinks she... Huh?
Kimber took a nap. Dawn was like,
that's why I told him I didn't set you out.
And Dawn said it's 7:35. You and Mom are supposed to be live. And I'm like, oh my God.
I went live. I figured you'd be here. I just
texted
you and say, hey. Are you going to join us? Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you guys all for being here. I know Miss Barbara's live. I didn't expect her live to go this long, so I'm definitely not trying to run over her live. You can always replay crew here and go and support Miss Barbara, and it would not hurt my feelings, not one little bit. And I'm sure Kimber feels the same way when it comes to Miss Barbara. She's priority. She comes first, and that's just how I feel.
Oh, yes, definitely. Mom just told me about this case, and I read it. I read about it, and I was like, "Oh, we've got to go live about this case. We've got to go live about this case. It's a very interesting case." Lots of things.
I don't know if they updated StreamYard. What the hell? That is not what I wanted to do. Hang on, y'all.
Well, we were big.
They've changed the...
Oh.
They've changed the... I apparently can only put us on the bottom. I can't put us on the side anymore. I wish they quit messing with stuff. I really do. Hell, I made us disappear altogether. Okay.
I was like, well, wow, you kicked us out of the screen.
Straight up, just booted us out. Chappelle gone. So these are pictures of the boys, men, I guess is a better terminology, because they were grown men that went missing. And I'll drop this article in the chat for anybody that wants to keep it, read it, and may not like my accent. All right, this is probably going to be around the same thing with the other article was from Netflix, so I do want to be fair and show this article as well. It was a cold February night in 1978 when a car carrying 5 men made its way up the snow-covered mountains in California. After months of searching for the 4 bodies, would be found, one having apparently starved to death weeks after inside a remote cabin. One of the men would never be seen again. Almost half a century later, investigators, relatives, armchair defectives. That's how I feel tonight. Armchair defectives. I'm a little salty, so I apologize for anybody that's really interested in this story. But I'm a little pissed off, so I'm trying real hard to put that in my back pocket and carry on with the show tonight. All right, so let's see, where was I? Arg. One of the men will never be seen again, and that's Gary Mathias. He's the one that's still missing that has not been found. Just nice, friendly boys who didn't come home. They had been at a basketball game less than 100 kilometers away from their home. 4 of the group had some form of a learning disability. The 5th, Gary Mathias, was being treated for paranoid schizophrenia. Together, they vowed they went to dances, they formed a basketball team, and they loved sports. When they got together, it was usually either to watch a game or play one. They were just nice, friendly boys who went to games together. One of the mothers told the Los Angeles Times in 1978. And then these go on to tell the boys, this is Jack Madruga. Jack Madruga was nicknamed Doc, was 30 years old. He had served in Vietnam in 1968. So I'd like to go ahead and say thank you for your service in heaven, sir. His family said that he used money from his military service to buy that car, and he drove the group up the mountains, a Mercury Sports coupe. There was no reasonable reason to go up there, his mother Melba told media, describing her son as standby. It was a bad road. He wouldn't drive his car up a bad road. He respected it. They were supposed to play basketball the next morning at 8 a.m. and he'd laid his clothes out on the bed. Okay, and then we're going to go to Bill Sterling. Bill Sterling was 29, loved to read. He spent a lot of his time in the library doing research about mentally handicapped people, according to his sister Deanna and Debbie. He was, according to the Washington Post, deeply religious and wanted to bring Jesus to patients in psychiatric hospitals. He had been camping with his family as a boy, but hadn't liked it. Bill didn't like the snow, Debbie told media, and they knew that it was cold up there. And that's something interesting that I'll just throw in a little piece. Bill Sterling, his dad would ask him to go, his dad would ask him to go fishing and things like that. And he would go because he was a very respectful young man, but he didn't enjoy it. He didn't care about being outdoors. Yeah. Hi, Molly. Welcome in, kid.
Hi, Molly.
Sunday Doodles. There's the sister. Welcome in.
Hey, Sunday.
Drifty.
Hi, Drifty.
Okay, Ted Wheeler was 32, lived with his mother, Emonge, and I apologize. I am a Kentucky redneck, so if I've said that wrong, I meant no disrespect. And worked alongside Jack Hewitt at a job they both had gotten through a community group for the disabled. He was a very loving person, his mother said, according to the Hanford Sentinel. The night he disappeared, he had all of his clothing laid on his bed to play basketball tournament the next morning. He had asked his mother to wash his new white shoes in time for the game. His sister Dorothy told the media his was the kind of problem where he couldn't understand why, when he waved at people, they didn't wave back. And then Kimber also pointed out that another thing that was said about him was he was the type of person that couldn't understand why you had to stop at a stop sign, right?
Yeah,
Kimber?
so he didn't have...
I thought, am I muted? Oh my God, I thought I was
good.
muted. I thought I went through that whole thing muted.
No, you're fine. So in other words, when they were lost in the woods with all the food, because he was the one that was found in the forest trailer, they said he may not have had, he was the one, like she said, that was that he would ask why you had to stop at a stop sign. So he was the one. Then they think he lived for 3 months in that forest trailer, but they said he might not have had, unfortunately, enough sense to know that it was okay to eat that food, because they said that there was enough food in the I don't know if you've got that far yet, Mom. The forest trailer to keep
Go ahead.
all 5.
That's why we're going over this part of it before I get into, because I have videos to run, but I want to go
Okay.
ahead and get part of, get the story out there. That way, if people,
Mhm.
they want to go and, like I said, support a different channel or something like that, they're able to do so and still get kind of a synopsis of why we're covering this.
There was enough food in the forest trailer that would have kept all 5 of them alive for a year. There was enough. They had MREs in there. So there was enough military food in there to keep all 5 of them alive for a year. So, and the window on the trailer was broken, so they broke in to get in there, and they think that all 5 of them at one point in time were in there. But he was the only one found in the trailer. But they said that he may have not had enough sense to know that he could eat that food because of his learning disability, which is very sad.
Very sad.
And there was firewood in there. They had access to heat.
A way to cook.
Yes.
And just to give a little bit more context, the trailer that they were found in, because, those of us that were following or watching the wildfires that just recently happened, and if you were around during Kylie Rodney's case, there's fire towers. So this was a camp for firefighters. This was it was owned by like the National Forest officers, the people up there. So it was like a fire camp.
And they said they could have been afraid that once they broke the window to get in, because the window was broken on the trailer. They said they also may have been afraid that once they got into the trailer to eat the food, because they were afraid they would have gotten in trouble for eating the food.
Right. And you have to think back in these times, you didn't have terms like autistic, and we didn't really understand. These people were, and I hate to use this word, but it's the truth, they were shunned, or they were put in these mental hospitals, or they were treated horribly. Not these gentlemen specifically, but we didn't have an understanding of why they think the way they do, where we have understanding today as to why people think the way they do, why their brain works the way they are, why our autistic human beings that are in this world should be cherished like the treasures they are.
They were probably treated horribly by people that didn't understand why they were the way they were.
Exactly. And that's where, in that last article that I just read before Kimber came up, you saw that somebody speculated, it was the bullies in town. I don't think that's what it was, but
I don't think so either.
I'm no detective. I'm just an investigator. So Gary Mathis was 25. He had joined a group a few months before they disappeared. He had been discharged from the Army, and according to missing persons nonprofit, the Doe Network, and Nightbot should drop the Doe Network. They do amazing work. He had been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. His stepfather, Robert Clough, had given him a job at a gardening business, and he had been constantly taking his medication for some time before disappearing, according to Sacramento Bee. Okay, Jackie Hewitt was the youngest of the group, just 24 years old. He lived on a farm with his family, reported by the U.S. Press. The United Press International's Carvick Lit in 1978. He had a beagle named Bo and a 90cc motorbike. His mother, Sarah, told the media that he was a delight, who was inseparable from his best friend, Ted Wheelhauer. And this is Ted up here. And I have a slide that has some better pictures too. His mother, I went through that. He was just known as slow but real happy, she said. Ted always took care of Jackie. Okay, so I'm going to leave that one up there, but I'm going to pull up something else. Let's see. Present video file. And again, thank you guys all for being here. I definitely appreciate you being here. I always appreciate everybody that comes over and hangs out. And yes, I'm eating strawberry candy. This has no sound. And the reason it has no sound is because I'm going to talk over it. So this is a similar vehicle to the vehicle that that they were in. Beautiful old car for those of y'all that are muscle heads like myself. Love this car. And then, of course, I put the Yuba County, California sign on there as well. Okay, so these are some of the articles. These are actual news article clips. Why did the 5 go into the woods? It's bizarre as hell. How can 5 fully grown men vanish? Why are we so many years later and still asking that same question? All right, this is a picture of Gary Matthias. This map is really important. This is where they lived in this area. You guys can't see my mouse because I put it on the wrong screen, but that's fine. Yuba City down here is where they lived in this area. They didn't all live in the same city. They drove up to Chico, which is where the basketball game, the second circle towards the top left hand of your screen. And then the car was found up here in the mountains. The opposite way of home. So here's the pictures I was talking about. Kimber, I had some better pictures of them.
Okay, those are much better.
Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind that they were found at, excuse me, they were found at a 4,000-foot elevation when they found them.
The opposite way too.
Yes.
From home.
There was mention of, one speculation was that Matthias may have had some friends or had some friends in that area, and they may have been going to see them. Yes, Gary is still missing. They've never found him. That he may have had some friends in that area, and they may have been trying to go see them and gotten lost. He did have some friends in the Chico area, and they may have been trying to go see them, and they may have gotten lost and wound up. But they were 4,000 feet up in the mountains. So that's just where the snow line starts. So when it snows up there, when it snowed up there, it snowed and like they didn't find them until like the June thaw. That's how far in the mountains they were. So that's just one theory. That
article too.
That was just one theory that, he had friends in the area. They don't have another. That's just one theory I read, but that doesn't mean that that's what happened. They don't know why they were there. There's really no explanation for it. I'm sorry, Mom. I was just running off at the mouth. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say this is another actual article clipping. And then this is
Mhm.
the same type of map. You have home down here. The game was top left-hand corner. The car was above the lake here. And then their bodies were found not in the same area, pretty damn close to each other, though, for the boys that were found.
Yeah, and there's
Men.
something. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I keep saying boys. I don't mean any disrespect. Go ahead.
Well, and that's what they call. And we keep. If you hear us say boys, they called them the boys. That's what their parents called them, the boys. Um, they. I read one article, and that forest trailer. One article said 12, but then another article said that forest trailer was like what? Was it 19 miles, Mom, from where the car was found?
Yeah.
So they made it 19 miles walking in the forest from where their car was found
Hmm.
to that forest trailer.
Yeah, and you're talking like what I was telling Kimber was this was at night. So, depending on how long they drove around, I can understand in the daytime, and we're going to see later on in the story why I'm saying this, is if you've ever lived in a snowy area or you've ever been in a snowy area that's like open snow area, the snow is blinding. Like it just intensifies the sun crazy amounts. And it's very blinding. So I could understand like during the day, getting disoriented and maybe, not being able to see. But why did they leave the car? Question number one. Why did they drive up in the mountains? Like, it doesn't make sense. In the great words of Arctic Fox, the math ain't mathin'.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. Why did they drive up there? These were boys that depended on their family. Other than Gary, these boys depended on their family. They lived at home. We heard that one of them had his mom lay his clothes out for him. They had a game the next day that was their game. They went to watch a game in Chico, but they were going to play a game. And it was being sponsored by the Special Olympics. And this was something that they had waited on, that they were really excited to be able to do.
Because the winner of the championship game got a trip to Los Angeles. So they were really excited about this game. And the car had gotten stuck in this. Am I getting too far ahead?
No, it was in a snowdrift. No, you're not
Yeah,
getting too far ahead.
The
Girl,
car
this is
had
our
gotten
show.
this our show. We all over the place. The car had gotten stuck in the snow, but they were five. They were five young men. So the police officers there said that the car was easily pushed out of the snow. So the five of them could have easily, or four of them with one in the car could have easily pushed the car out, because that is exactly what happened when the police officers got there. The keys weren't in the car, so the police officers even hotwired the car. The car started right up, and they easily pushed the car out of the snowdrift. Easily. It didn't take but a minute to get the car out of the snowdrift. They just pushed it and it came right out. So it's mind-boggling what happened.
I fixed us. I found it. Oh, God. I was freaking out. I couldn't get us on the side. We're on
Oh,
the side now.
I like us better on the side. I
Yay!
lose us when we're on the bottom. I'm like, where are we?
Where'd we go?
Where did we
Oh,
go? My
no.
goodness.
Okay, so all credit goes to ABC 10. This was done 4 months ago. So this, I brought up this article. Good Lord. I brought up this news clip because I want this to be a sign for those that have family members that have been missing. They're not forgotten. They're not forgotten. Some of these news channels are fucking useless, but some news channels circle back to the cases. And it really made my heart happy to see that this channel covered their case. Now, it could be possibly because in the last 6 months, there's been a lot of podcasts and YouTubers that have covered the Yuba Five. But on the other side, it made my heart smile to see that they actually took the time to circle back to this case. And I'm cold watching this with you guys, so hopefully this will be good and not cause me to blow my top.
It's been almost 50 years since 5 men went missing in the Plumas National Forest. They are known as the Yuba County Five, and what happened to them remains a mystery. Tonight, as ABC...
Can y'all hear that?
I can. Well, I mean, I hope Jack can. I can.
I hope so too. If y'all can't hear it, then somebody yell at me in chat and say, no audio.
C10's Roxanne Aaliyah shows us their families are still pleading for answers.
For all 50 years, these woods have held the mystery of the Yuba County Five.
Case isn't closed, and I don't know that I'm even waiting.
Their disappearance has puzzled people around the world.
No way on earth that they went on their own.
Is it possible nefarious happened? Did one of these people turn on their own?
No matter how simple you are, you ain't gonna take off in the woods.
You get the answers to this case now. 46 years, no need for this to go on any longer.
And it is that disappearance that really kind of draws you into this case.
Pay for premium. As you guys see the little StreamYard logo up here in the corner. I don't pay for premium StreamYard either.
It's a question still being asked 6 years later. What happened to the Yuba County Five? The men who lived with intellectual disabilities were known as the Boys. Ted Weir, Jackie Hewitt, Bill Sterling, Jack Madruga, and Gary Mathias.
Madruga was from Yuba City and everybody else lived in Yuba County in the Olivehurst area.
The one up on the top right.
Dallas and Perry Weir remember their brother as a gentle giant.
They didn't have a description of what was wrong with him then, and as I think now, it might have been autism.
He could write and spell, and he could remember movies better than the rest of us.
Tony Wright, author of Things Aren't Right, The Disappearance of the Yuba County Five, describes the other boys as very active and friends who love to spend time together.
And then you had Jack Madruga, who was 30 years old. He was a very quiet, introverted person, but very smart, very kind and loving. And that's how he was remembered by his family. Bill Sterling was 29. He was an avid bowler. He too was an athletic individual, known for being a very sweet individual. There was Gary Mathias, who was 25 years old. He was very athletic, known as a great brother. He was a musician who played in a rock band in high school, was a great harmonica player, spent time in the military. And then there was Jackie Hewitt, who was 24 years old. He was a great friend, a very loving person, very kind, very sweet.
The boys met in the 70s on a basketball team for a
Okay, so this live stream is not being promoted or sponsored by anybody, but I will say that that book is probably a damn good read.
You can get it. It's not, yeah, like she said, it's not being sponsored or supported by anyone. But I did look that book up, and you can find it on Amazon.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
The county nonprofit that helped people with disabilities. They followed UC Davis basketball, and on February 24th, 1978, the 5 men piled into Madruga's car to watch a college basketball game in Chico.
It was Chico State and UC Davis. Davis was their kind of home team. They really wanted to see them do well. So, and they had traveled this before. It wasn't the first time for them. So it was familiar territory, familiar path.
Brian Bernardus, the cold case investigator for the Yuba County Sheriff's Office, says there's no doubt the boys made it to the game.
The editor of the Chico newspaper actually recalled seeing the 5 of them there where they were, because they were kind of out away from everybody else. There was something very distinctive about them. They were memorable.
After the basketball game, they stopped at a convenience store in Chico.
They stopped in there and picked up candies and cakes and milks, the things that kids would buy, not things that young adult men would buy.
But it's what happened next that still puzzles.
And the place that they stopped was called the Bear Market. Just to put my 2 cents in.
Didn't you say that market was still there? It just been revamped?
Law enforcement.
It's still there. You can Google the market and look it up. It's just been remodeled. But the last time I really deep dive searched this case, it is still there.
Sees to this day.
They literally disappear into nowhere.
Gone without a trace. On February 24th, the boys disappeared. The next day, on February 25th, the boys' families reported them missing.
That night they were saying, well, they're grown boys, they can go do what they want. They're not lost or anything. Those aren't normal grown boys.
On February 28th, Jack Madruga's car was found in the snow on the Oroville-Quincy Highway in Butte County. That's about 70 miles in the wrong direction from home.
What was the condition that the car was found in?
It was intact and undamaged. Best way to put it. It was abandoned, for lack of a better term. Windows were down, or at least one of the windows were down. The candies and milk and things that they had purchased at the store, those wrappers were in the car. There were some maps that were found in the car, which Madruga was kind of a map student. Nothing would indicate that there was any foul play or some type of heinous act that occurred.
A massive search followed.
So now you have Yuba and Butte County both working the case. They brought in snow equipment so they could travel across the snow, and the weather came in and put a complete halt to any efforts to look further.
For days on end, families searched for their missing loved ones.
Just the thought of, my little brother that I love dearly being by itself, lost in the woods, and you just pitless.
But it wouldn't be until June 4th that detectives would get a break in the case. Motorcyclists off-roading near a rural Plumas County campground came upon some portable buildings used for fire crews during fire season. They found.
Okay, so these are the buildings. And I thought I had these in my slide, but I think I pulled up my old slide, which is not abnormal. And hi, Brutally, while I've got it muted.
Broken window and went to take a closer look.
And when they opened the door, the smell of
I wonder if this could very well still be June 4th up in the mountains as well, y'all.
Yes, it very well could be still used.
It still could be
I
June
doubt
4th.
it's the same trailers. Oh,
True.
my bad.
It could still very well
All
be
right.
June 4th
We were
up
both
in the
very
mountains.
correct. Doodle bug.
Doodle bug. Doodle bug.
was pretty intense, and they realized something significant was in there, and they found a body, a human body in there on a bed.
It was the body of Ted Weir.
Ted was laying in the bed on his back, and he was wrapped up very neatly or take care of him. He was in a tremendous state.
Ted's body was found. Investigators say he had lost almost 100 pounds. He's starved to death.
And then also they say there was cans of food open with a P-38, a military can opener. So who opened those? I don't know. And I don't know if Ted would have known that or not.
Ted's boots were also missing, and Gary's shoes were left behind in the trailer. And there was a propane heater that had not been touched. On June 5th, Bill Sterling and Jack Madruga's bodies were found next on the side of a road about 5 miles from where the car was found. On June 6th, Jackie Hewitt's body was found about a mile from Ted's in a wooded area by his own father.
That was probably the most tragic part of the whole thing. He finds his son's remains.
Still missing Gary Mathias.
Why were they up there? And like he's saying, somebody made them, and maybe not so much made them, might have promised them something.
There were rumors that the boys were involved in a fight outside the convenience store in Chico, and reports that someone confessed in church to killing them. None have led to the truth. As for Gary Mathias,
Thank you, Bertle. That's awesome. Look here, I'll take off the screen share, but YouTube rejected my comment for spam in my StreamYard. Are you shitting me right now? All right.
There have been talks from the families that believe that he may have been the one to cause all this or involved in it.
That was the hypothesis earlier. I mean, everybody, law enforcement included, really suspected he was somehow responsible for their demise. He was the one in the group that condition was not naturally occurring. He did have a troubled past.
Mathias had had drug problems and was diagnosed with schizophrenia.
I sure would. I'd give my hat and my overcoat to know. Because it is just so stupid, so silly, and so gruesome, and so 4 or 5 people missing, and one of them is not found.
It's almost been 50 years. What makes this case so difficult to solve?
No independent information, no witnesses, and the likelihood that the only people that truly know that what happened that night, they perished in those hills. I speculate too that even Gary Mathias perished in those hills.
There's a lack of evidence. There were no fingerprints lifted or blood tests done.
Sometimes the passage of time, people get closer to their own mortality and they feel compelled to confess to something they did because they realized how bad it was.
Ted's brother Dallas turned 80 this year, and he says he has faith this case can still be solved. He just doesn't know if he'll live to see it happen.
Unless somebody come forward and knew what happened, that's the only way it could be.
I don't know what would solve it. And maybe with what you guys are doing, what 2 other people have done, I don't know. I don't know if I can have any.
And the Yuba County Sheriff's Department says that it does receive calls about the case here and there, but there's just a lot of speculation. So if you or anyone you know has any information on the case, you are asked to call the Sheriff's Department. Their number is 530-749-7777.
So I just thought that was really interesting video, just to kind of show that these men have not been forgotten. They haven't been forgotten. They still have family that still want to know what the hell happened.
Right. And keep in mind that, which I read, in that article, I don't know if you brought it up, Mom, that they know that the 3 that they found in the snow, they did say that they died of hypothermia. And I'm not real sure. Mom and I were discussing. I'm not real sure how they, by them being skeletonized, I'm not real sure how they know that they died from hypothermia. There's probably a way that the coroner could tell. But that, and also that Wire died. You know, at least they think he lived for 3 months. So, but they do know that the 3 that they found, and they haven't said that there were any other excuse me, they didn't say that there were any other causes of death, or I haven't seen any. Have you, Mom? Other than the hypothermia?
Starvation and hypothermia.
Yeah, starvation and hypothermia, but those are the only 2. And they found a ring, a wallet, a watch, and a necklace. Now the watch and a pair of boots. But the necklace, I mean the watch that they found in the cabin or in the trailer, the ring, the ring, the wallet, and the necklace were wires. But the watch that they found was missing its crystal, and it was not his. His family said that watch was not his. So they don't know who the watch belonged to. But they do know that Matthias was in the trailer with him because they found Matthias's shoes in the trailer. But they did not find Wire's shoes in the trailer.
And his body was wrapped in sheets. Like I was telling Kimber when we were talking about, you know, running the case and talking about the case and bringing the case to the community, our community on this side over here, that, you know, in my mind, if you were the only 2 survivors, we'll just go with that theory. If you're the only 2 survivors and say Gary was in the trailer with him and he passed away, then it could have been not wanting to physically look at human remains. So they wrapped him up, or he wrapped him up, because the way that his body was wrapped and what I've read, I don't see somebody doing that to their self.
No, because they said his head was. They said his head was wrapped as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to think that's like almost like, I hate to use this term, but it's the best way I can describe it in my brain to make it make sense to me. Almost like a mummy. You know, you would wrap somebody like a mummy. Hi, Noni. Thank you for coming in. And thank you guys for what you do. I was over there a little while earlier. You guys are doing the damn thing, and I love it, and I appreciate it, and I will support in any way I can. And I sent a message on Twitter letting her know. I'll just call her Juju here because I don't know if anybody in my community knows who she is. If I can help in any way, form, or fashion, just reach out to me and I'll see what I can't do and the resources that I have there in the area of the case you guys are working on. Brutally says that makes sense. Thank you so much. Elizabeth, welcome in, honey. Thank you for being here. I always appreciate you coming in. I always appreciate everybody coming in and spending time listening to me and Kimber womber this around in our brains. Because this is one of those cases, like I said, grab your flashlight, grab your boots. We're going down a rabbit hole. Going straight down a rabbit hole. 5 grown men went to a basketball game, was supposed to go home, never made it home, drove way up in the damn mountains for what reason? The opposite way, where they didn't know where they were at. Car had gas in it. The police started it. They didn't run out of gas. And why the
Got
hell
it
would they
out
have
of the
drove the opposite way up in the mountains?
yeah, and the police got it out of the ditch easily. And did Matthias leave him? Did Matthias change shoes with wire because his shoes were warmer? Did he take off and start walking because his friend had passed away? So did he live as long as his friend did, and did he take his friend's shoes because his shoes were warmer? Because from my understanding, there was a pair of tennis shoes found in there that were Matthias's. Matthias.
It's almost like that song Nostradamus. Nostradamus.
Yeah, they had just stopped at a gas
station.
station. They had just stopped at a gas station, Birdley, to get some snacks.
Mm-hmm. And they bought like candy and snacks, and but if you weren't here at the beginning of the live, and like I said personally, and then you heard the family members say as well, and the time these men went missing, we didn't have a good understanding of mental disabilities or autism. But you have to think that these boys were exactly that. They were boys. They got candy and snacks, and they weren't thinking water and rations, and we're going to drive up into the mountains and get lost and never be seen again alive. Yeah, Bears Market. Thank you so much.
They were thinking
Eduardo for being. Abigail.
They were thinking we're going to head home and go play our basketball game tomorrow, because the basketball game the next day is a very important, to me, I think the basketball game the next day is a very important piece too, because they were very, very excited about that basketball game the next day. That was a very big deal to them, because they
very, very big deal.
Mm-hmm. Because they even had and according to the article, from what their parents had said, they all had their uniforms laid out, for the next day. They had all arranged for their parents to wake them up that next day, so they weren't late for the game. Because, like I said, the winner of the game was going to win I guess, was it a weekend or something in Los Angeles? So they were really excited about that.
And there was a reward at the end, and you got to think that with boys or men, either one, if there's a reward at the end, that's something big. Like something so simple as, like with Craig, to get up, in the morning that he takes his mom to the grocery store. He knows that once he gets done with his grocery store trip, he gets to sit down and drink a cold beer. That's a reward at the end of the game. Probably a bad analysis, but meh.
Brutally, they could have met someone at the gas station that coaxed them up there. That's a good possibility. I also heard that Matthias had a friend that lived in that area, which this was speculation. It was in one of the articles that I read, that he had a friend that lived in that area, and they could have been going to see that, maybe going to drop by that friend's house, and got lost and got up there. But, they were, 4,000 feet up in the mountains, right at the snow line. So it's like Mom said, it's a crazy, crazy rabbit hole of, what could have happened, what did happen. And I'm sure mom's probably got some other stuff on this too, but they weren't the only ones up there.
No, they weren't. And that's where you get your boots and flashlight on, because there's conflicting stories. There is a player that was not much loved by the community. There's an odd situation that took place that people in the town didn't really understand why said situation took place. There were people that could not be accounted for and a vehicle that could not be accounted for that was said to be in the area. And the saddest part about this is you had one of the boys found in the fire trailer. The other 3 were found pretty damn close to each other. And I'm going to make this point, and this is not for the people in this chat. These are for those that like to lurk in the bushes. Yes, Molly, a red truck. For those that like to lurk in the bushes, there's a reason. Let me turn my camera on while I do this. I'm smoking. That's why my camera's off. I don't smoke on panel. There's a reason that law enforcement does not want families to search.
I knew this was coming.
Because his daddy picked up his hoodie and his spine fell out of it.
Yep.
A few feet away, he picked up his son's skull.
Yep.
Just going to put that out there for those of y'all that like to lurk in the bushes because you don't got the huevos to come and chat
and speak.
Come out the bushes. I'm not monetized over here. People can't drop memberships and pull you out the bushes. Come on out the bushes. Say it with your chest, because I'm going to say it with mine. There's a reason that law enforcement does not want families searching.
And that's exactly what I thought when I read that part where it said that his father found his spine. I thought this is exactly why law enforcement does not want families searching, because this man found his son's spine. And he probably never, of course, he never got over the loss of his son. Don't get me wrong, because he never knew what happened to his son. He never knew. He knew his son passed away, but he never knew what happened. And so then, but not only that, he knew he found his spine while searching. He picked it up. So he probably never got over that trauma either. So therefore, yeah, there you have it.
Just wanted to put that in there while I was on my soapbox.
Sorry, I borrowed your soapbox too.
Hi, Avery. You're fine. There's enough room for both of us. Thank you for coming in, Avery. I appreciate you being here. Brutally, it is. Exactly. And this man, we just saw brothers, family members. This man went to his grave with the memory of picking his son's hoodie up and his spine falling out.
Yep.
And a few feet away, his skull was there. And they gathered what bones they could find. Because this is the mountains of California. If that news clip didn't play like it was underwater, you saw the bear walk by. Think about the other wildlife that's up there.
Because unfortunately there were scavengers up there. Because there is wildlife. and you got, but I feel I feel horrible also for the remaining family. We're discussing the Yuba 5 Avery. I feel really sad too for the remaining family members, just like his brother who turned 80. Did they say last year?
Yep.
He still wants answers, and he said he may not get them in his lifetime. But they're still looking. They're still looking for answers.
And I hate to say this, but thank God that this case happened back before social media. Because could you imagine what the vultures would do with this case?
Oh yeah. That poor Ray, that they would have run that Mr. Matthias, they would have ran him through the ringer.
Oh yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
just because they haven't and just because they haven't found him doesn't mean that he did something. I mean, yes, he was schizophrenic. Yes, he had a violent in the military. But from what I've read and a lot of indications, there have been that said I did read a couple of things. I don't know if you saw it or not, Mom, that said he would have never hurt the other boys.
No, that he loved them, and he was like
Yeah.
their bodyguard, their protector.
Yeah,
Because he schizophrenia, so he wasn't on a spectrum like they were. That he was on a different type of a spectrum. So he had a better understanding of what we call common sense and to take care of these boys and would not
Right.
allow them to be bullied.
And we
Hey,
keep
Ardick.
saying, "Hey, Ardick," and we
Lisa
keep
Jo.
saying, "Hey, Lisa," and we keep saying boys, and it's like I said, it's not because they were boys, but that's what they called them. They called them the boys. It's not any disrespect to any of them or anything, but that's what they called them. They called them the boys.
As bad as social media is now, there has to be changes. I feel like Sebastian was found tomorrow. They would flock to the next child. They will. They will flock
They
to the
will.
next child. And brutally, let me make this clear. What? And I'm not being a bitch to you by any means, but let me make this clear. What's going to happen? So we got a trial coming up. Little girl named Madeline Soto. I want you guys to remember the sound of my voice and the words that are coming out of my mouth. When her trial starts, how many of you think these grifting tragedy pimp little bitches are going to drop off of Sebastian's case long enough to make money off Maddie?
All of them.
Because I guarantee they all do. I'm with Kimber. As soon as Maddie's trial starts, mark my words, you may have one or two that still cover Sebastian. Just like they did Summer. Just like they did Monkey. Just like they've done so many others. The Watts case. And I can keep going and going and going. But that's for tomorrow's live.
Oh, that's a good live tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be a good one.
I won't go to sleep tomorrow, I promise. I'll be
always
fresh
like to
and
make
ready.
sure I hit everybody up here. Yeah, Maddie. Exactly, brutally. Author Drew Beeson has done a lot of good research on the Yuba County Five. Thank you, Anna, and thank you for being here. We've just shouted him out. There's Dago. Thank you for coming in, Dago.
Hey, Dago.
Chris is over here. Chris has come in. Thank you, Chris. Elijah Vu. There's another one.
Quentin Simon.
Quentin Simon. Too many will disrespect Maddie. We've already seen that. We've already seen that. It's what's sad. We've already seen channels that brought out those disgusting ass documents and read them on their live and made cash apps and super chats off those disgusting ass documents in her case. You are welcome to come up. You are absolutely welcome to come up, because I'm gonna open the panel tomorrow, because I've already got the live scheduled, and tomorrow will be a different kind of live. Tonight's live is for the Yuba County Five, and we're gonna talk about this case as I promised. Marianne Tate, thank you so much for being here. Hello, and thank you everyone for supporting us and doing the work. So blessings to you all. Love you, honey. Thank you so much.
Hi, Marion. What time
Monkey
are we
Michael
going live
Vaughan's
tomorrow,
case is
Mom?
taking a new direction. 8:30.
7:30.
No one here has given up. Arrest maybe. Absolutely, Anna. Absolutely. And myself and Arctic and a handful of other people have been there through the thick and thin. And I pray for justice. It can't come fast enough. I'm pretty hardcore when it comes to covering cases. I get autopsy reports sent to me. I get pictures sent to me. I sit on the phone for hours with families. I go and meet families in person and sit and hold them while they cry. His case, I've bawled my eyes out over that case, and I'm not too big to sit here and say it. We will never give up. A promise was made, and I'm going to see it through. This is a crime, plain and simple. It is a crime, absolutely. Quentin Simon. Cash Garden. There's another one. If you don't know Cash Garden's case, I say go do research on his case. There's actually been a update on his case as well. The monster that took his life has been found competent to stand trial. So may he rot in hell. Dago says he can't wait. Yes, please hit the like button and share this out. Michael Vaughan's mom gave me an interview earlier this week or last week. Easy to find. Live down the river. You live down the river? Yeah. She was on Hidden True Crime with Lauren. And then Brandy actually put out her own video. It was on Facebook. I think it's on the Round Table channel. The Flora, absolutely. Doodle says yes, and until you've heard a mother cry and hit her knees, you will never understand exactly. My heart breaks for Brandy. I pray she gets answers. Someone needs to talk and lay her baby to rest. Absolutely. Yes. Very big news. If you're talking about Cash Garden. I think all 4 suspects in the Michael Vaughan case will be arrested soon. I hope so. I hope all 4 of them rot in hell, in my opinion. A lot to understand from a personal perspective. Yeah. Prayers for Brandy. So many prayers and love for Brandy. Floor was bad. I'm very close to Chris. All right. So we're going to get back to this, because I'm not going to. Oh, Lord, if I get on my soapbox, this whole live will turn away from the Yuba Five. So we're going to go back to the story at hand here.
Let's go back to our Yuba.
Because I'm finna light me a cigarette. And we're going to get back to the story here. For those of y'all that just come in.
So we're in
2
the
suspects in
mountain.
Michael Vaughan case are incarcerated at this time for other issues. Sarah Wandra is in prison. Stacy Wandra broke his parole and back in custody. Good. Yeah, I know. And may they both rot in hell as well. So I think some of the biggest company. Yeah. Yeah. And that's because Fruitland and Huff and Brandy and that community have not given up. And that's what it's about. Is not giving up, standing behind the family, having good law enforcement that does the damn thing. Okay. Now, let me get back on the case at hand, so I don't lose my whole ass shit tonight. We'll wait for tomorrow night.
And for those of y'all that are just coming in, there is a. You all right? What thing? Oh, I'm sorry. My husband's running in and out of the house, and I just wondered why he was running in and out of the house. Okay, we're good now. There is a book on Amazon about the Yuba Five. What was the name of the book, Mom?
All of you to
Okay,
ask me before I got on my damn rant.
I asked the most forgetful one on the panel. Well, okay, the second most forgetful. There is a book on Amazon that tells all about the Yuba Five. Also,
Yeah, and I'm pulling it back up here because I'll screw up the name of it.
tell my little bean I said good night, Doodle. He's such a little bean.
I got like 50 articles pulled up here. I have to figure out which one it was in.
I can hang on. I can probably find it. Hold on.
Things Aren't Right. The Disappearance
that's
of the
it.
Yuba County Five.
Thank you. That looks like it would be a good
Tony
read.
Wright.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Anna got it too. I may buy that book to read it because it sounds like it would be definitely an interesting read.
Yes. Yes, very interesting. And as we said earlier in the live, this live is not being sponsored by Amazon, the author, or any of the news stations that will be played tonight or have been played tonight. Disclaimer. Hello, Miss Barbara. Thank you so much for being here, love. Thank you, thank you. Sorry I had to dip out on your live. I had this one scheduled. Tony Wright has given a link to images of Drew Beeson's channel. Drew has also written a book on the case. Oh, sweet. Thank you so much for that. Yes, we all are here for Barb. Anytime she needs us, she knows that there's a whole handful of us that are just a phone call away, a message away, always there for Miss Barbara.
Hi, Miss Barbara.
Madhari, welcome in. Okay, so this is a podcast. Full credit to this podcast. They've done phenomenal. This is the other side of the story. And there's a reason why I read through the articles. We did the whole facts to the facts. This is the Missing Enigma. I actually love this channel. But I want to play their video. I normally don't do this. I usually don't use other creators' content. However, we are going to use this one. All right, you guys let me know if you can hear it in chat.
Oh, that's what it's supposed to look.
Before we get into the video, I want to briefly mention something. It's getting increasingly difficult to support this channel via those who are interested. I would greatly Patreon page.
This is how I went from this to this.
Sorry for the ads. I'm too cheap to pay for premium.
I've decided the best way to cover this case is to split it into two parts rather than have one extensively long video. A video on the Yuba 5 has been frequently requested, and I was surprised at the wealth of information that exists on this case. I think people already familiar with this incident will learn many new details. Because of that, keep an eye out for part 2. For the unfamiliar, this story takes place in February of 1978 and involves the disappearance of 5 men. The events take place across multiple areas in California, Yuba City, Chico, and the mountains north of Oroville. In order to best understand this case, it is important to know the individuals involved. Each of the 5 men had some sort of mental handicap or mental illness, though at differing levels of severity. All of the men had met and become friends through Gateway Projects, an organization dedicated to mentally disabled individuals. All of the men lived in the Yuba City area between Marysville, Linda, and Olivehurst. Together, they enjoyed attending sporting events, playing basketball, or going bowling. Jack Hewitt was 24 years old. He was very shy and reclusive. He hardly ever spoke, and when he did, it was with a notable speech impediment. He also could not read or write. He did not particularly like to be away from home and had never stayed somewhere else overnight. He was nonviolent and considered to be a follower. He had also worked at Gateway Projects for the last 4 or 5 years. Jack's father indicated that of the 5 men, Jack was the most handicapped. Jack's best friend was Ted Weiher, whom he had known for around 8 years. The two were said to be almost constant companions. Jack did not like telephones and could not concentrate long enough to really be able to use one. Ted Weiher was 32 years old. He was slow in learning things, but outgoing, friendly, and he loved to talk to people. He was considered mostly nonviolent, but with a quick temper. He could read, write, and do simple math. Ted could hold down a simple job, but required a lot of supervision. Ted was afraid of the dark and was unlikely to venture out alone at night without somebody going with him. Ted generally took care of Jack when they were together and made many of the decisions for the two. He could get confused easily and had a poor sense of direction. Some behavioral examples for him include that he did not understand why someone would need to stop at a stop sign, and once didn't want to leave a burning house because he was busy sleeping and had to be forcibly removed from his bed. His mother believed that if he were ever caught in a dangerous situation, he would simply run and hide. Ted could easily be influenced by anyone who was friendly to him. He was not considered a follower or a leader, but when confronted with a problem, could analyze and make a decision accordingly. Jack Madruga was 30 years old. He was considered to be a shy loner, and his parents stated that he was not mentally handicapped, but he was slow in his thought processes. He was known to be nonviolent and had the ability to hold down a job as a dishwasher and support himself. Madruga was in the Army for about 2 years, during which time he was a truck driver. He was eventually honorably discharged in 1968. Madruga lived with his mother, but he also helped pay rent at their home and took care of his own finances. His mother said that he was not a leader and did not have a strong personality. He could, however, assess a situation and make an appropriate judgment. Madruga's best friend was Bill Sterling, who was his constant companion. Madruga was the only one of the group to have a car, and he would never let anyone else drive it. He was also afraid of the dark. Bill Sterling was 29 years old. He had been hyperactive his entire life and could be a danger to himself and others if they got in his way. Bill was very social and got along well with others. His best friend was Jack Madruga. He was considered basically nonviolent, but would defend himself if necessary. Sterling was able to graduate high school and was also able to hold down a job when one was available. His parents felt that he could be taken advantage of rather easily. He could also be considered either a leader or a follower. Bill's mother said that he and Madruga were good walkers and that they could cover significant distance in a short time. Bill's basketball coach said that he was somewhat more intelligent than the others, but also very lazy. Gary Mathias was 25 years old. He spent time in the U.S. Army between 1972 and...
So for those of y'all that just came in, Gary Mathias is the one that's still missing. The other 4 boys were found.
In 1973. He was medically discharged after he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. During his time in the Army, he was also suspected of drug use. After the Army, Gary tried to go to school but was unable to keep up and soon failed. Instead of facing his stepfather, Gary ran away to Oregon where his grandmother lived. Sometime later, Gary would show up back at his parents' house in rough shape. He had walked and hitchhiked from his grandmother's house in Portland, Oregon to his parents' home outside Yuba City, California, a distance of roughly 535 miles. During that time, he had stolen milk from porches and eaten dog food to stay alive on the way. After returning home, he made friends with Madruga, Sterling, Hewitt, and Weiher. Around the time of the disappearance, he had expressed being very content living at home. He was protective of Hewitt and Weiher and would not likely follow Madruga and Sterling into doing something that he was not okay with. He could drive a car and was not afraid of anything. He was readily able to defend himself if threatened. He was also considered a bit of an odd man out in the group, with one parent calling him a fifth wheel. Gary's basketball coach said he was spacey and seemed like he could flip at any time. Of all the missing men, it was said that Gary would be the one most likely to lead or suggest places to go or things to do. Gary was also considered to be rather unpredictable and sometimes violent, especially if he was having a schizophrenic episode. Because of this, Gary had a serious and extensive criminal history. For the 2 years prior to his disappearance, Gary had been taking medication that helped calm him, and he was considered a model patient by his doctors. During this time, Gary did not have any notable run-ins with the law, and things seemed to be going well for him. Though this is a fairly broad description of each of these men's personalities, you can get a reasonable grasp on what the group dynamic might have looked like. The group were always close and known to many as simply the boys. Their behavior was typically easy to predict, and rarely did they divert from their usual or scheduled activities. It seems generally agreed upon that all the men were relatively high-functioning, but when placed into a stressful situation, their behavior could deteriorate quickly. The following description of events is based on police interviews that would later be conducted.
Okay. So that's what I was saying earlier, is this happened in the 70s. So we have a totally different understanding of people that were like these boys now than what we did then. Kimber, you're still with me?
Yes, ma'am.
I really like this creator's content, because what he's going to tell us is parts of the story that the articles that we've read over, the information that myself and Kimber have provided you, some of the details that he's going to provide us are completely different. I also love the fact that the video is sketch form. And that just, I really enjoy it. Just putting that out there. And I want to hit this comment so I can read it out loud. Relatives of some of these men have been a part of chats a while ago on another channel. They're very special, very nice people. That's awesome. I would be honored to have them over here on the chat. These 5 men made it up to the basketball team, the Gateway Gators. They had a big game the next day. Absolutely. And that's why it's so mind-blowing. They, as me and Kimber were discussing earlier, they were really excited about this game. They looked forward to this game. They worked really hard to get to this game. Why did they not go home? Why did they drive the opposite way into the mountains?
4,000 feet into the mountains, right at the snow line. That's a long way into the Sierra Mountains.
Hi, Miranda.
Right.
Thank you for being here.
Because
Exactly. That's a long way. You know, and myself personally, I tell you right now, California is a beautiful place. You got the mountains, the desert, the ocean, all shebang, wham, bang, right there, all in one. Let me tell you where I'm not going to go in the middle of the wintertime. Further into the snow mountains. What about you, Kimber?
No. And that
Are you going to turn around and go home?
That snow stays on those mountains all year round up in the higher peaks.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And this is not a populated area either. We know that they made it to the game. They left the game. They got snacks. Why did they go into these mountains? Were they coerced up there? Did they meet someone? Did they see someone that said, hey, I got something really cool to show you? We know that one of the men did not enjoy the outdoors, would go outdoors if he had to. Like I said, he would go fishing with his dad, not fully against his will, but pretty much against his will, because he didn't like being outside. He didn't like the nature thing.
Well, and the funny thing is, y'all also keep in mind, as we're listening to this, y'all know that the police started the car. The car started fine. They got the car out of the snowdrift with no problem. And when they got the car back to wherever they took it, there were no dings, bumps, gouges on the undercarriage of the car, where that car had no trouble getting up the mountain. So there was no indication, despite potholes and anything in that mountain road. There was no dings, bumps, gouges, anything.
Exactly. And like Anna says, they were called the boys because they were mentally challenged young people considered to be like children. Special education was replacing the term trainable MR. And you guys can read the rest of it there on screen. Yes. And I have a severely autistic and severely disabled sister. Her name is Tamara, if Drifty's still in chat. She is almost 30 years old. To this day, we call her the baby. She will always be the baby. She has the mentality of a 9-year-old. And she will always be the baby. Okay. Moving on. In the words of Dago.
Conducted with key witnesses. Combining all these interviews, I have pieced together a narrative and timeline that will cover events before, during, and after the incident.
Damn the ads.
On the evening of February 24th, 1978, the five men were planning on seeing a basketball game at Chico State University in the city of Chico, some 46 miles north of Yuba City. Madruga, as the driver, was to pick up each of his friends in his 1969 blue and white Mercury Montego, and was last seen by Bill Sterling's mother around 6 p.m. while getting fuel from a gas station. Afterwards, the duo picked up Wire and Matthias before finally getting Hewitt around 6:30 to 6:45 p.m. The five men then left Yuba City and proceeded to make the hour-long drive along Highway 99 to the city of Chico, a trip the men had made together many times before. All the men were expected to return home by the late evening, for in the morning, they were planning to travel to Sierra College to participate in a basketball tournament connected to the Special Olympics. They were all very excited about it. The five men arrived at Chico State University and were seen attending the basketball game that began at 8 p.m. Witnesses did not notice anything strange regarding their behavior during this time, with one witness saying the boys were quietly enjoying themselves, and that the boys were still there when the game ended at 9:50 p.m. After the game, around 10 p.m., the group stopped by Bears Market on 8th and Pine. The store clerk at the time, Mary Davis, would later tell police about how the five men came in around closing time, which she found annoying as she was trying to leave. According to Mary, they ended up buying an abnormal amount of junk food before leaving. She would state that the men seemed happy, excited, and unworried. Once the group got back to their vehicle, they would have presumably begun their drive back home on Highway 99, but the boys never made it back to Yuba City. Earlier in the evening, around 5 p.m., a man named Joseph Shones was sitting at his vacation home in Berry Creek, some 25 miles east of Chico. Mr. Shones became bored and decided to leave his trailer home off of Rockefeller Avenue and drive north to the Brush Creek Bar, where he had at least one beer. He then went to the Mountain House Bar, where he had some more beers. Sometime between 5:30 and 6 p.m., Mr. Shones left the Mountain House and began heading north up the Oroville-Quincy Highway. Shones's plan was to check the snow line because his family was going to visit over the weekend, and he anticipated that they would want to go and play in the snow. He also stated that he simply wanted to kill a little bit of time. Witnesses at the Mountain House confirmed seeing Shones leave, thinking it was very strange for him to head up that way, as he knew that many cars would get stuck in the snow on the rough road up there. Sometime between 6 and 6:30 p.m. and about 8 miles up the highway, Mr. Shones found the snow he was looking for, but his Volkswagen Beetle also became stuck in it. Specifically, Mr. Shones was heading up a hill until about 4,400 feet in elevation when he says his vehicle lost traction and bottomed out. Mr. Shones tried for roughly half an hour to get his vehicle unstuck, but was only successful in moving it about 12 feet when he began to experience severe pains in his chest, which he was certain was a heart attack. He subsequently became very ill, perspiring freely while also vomiting all around his Volkswagen. Mr. Shones got back into his vehicle, turned the engine on and the lights, and tried to get warm and dry out. During this time, he was in and out of this vehicle, vomiting and defecating multiple times. Hours later, at around 11 p.m. to midnight, Mr. Shones was aroused from sleep by a whistling noise that he described as being like a person calling a dog. Shortly afterward, he felt that someone was shining lights into his vehicle. The windows on the Volkswagen were completely fogged over at the time, and Mr. Shones was unable to make out the figures that were outside. He rolled down one of the front windows and yelled to the people outside that he was sick and needed help. The figures immediately proceeded back down the road to the south. As they left, Mr. Shones continued to honk the car horn and to yell after them that he needed help. Getting no response, as the figures continued moving down the road, Mr. Shones struggled out of his vehicle and began working his way up a snowbank on the roadside. From his new vantage point, Mr. Shones was able to look down the road and see two vehicles. One of the vehicles he thought might have been a light-colored Ford sedan, while the other one was a rust-colored pickup truck parked directly behind it at an angle. The headlights of the vehicles were shining in such a way that he was unable to make out much of what was happening, but he could discern that they were figures walking around. Mr. Shones got the impression that one of the figures near the driver's door of the pickup was a woman holding a baby. Mr. Shones tried to yell to the figures from atop the hill that he needed help.
I agree, Miranda Lee. This part of the story about the medical issues sounds ridiculous. And Anna said the car had to be driven slowly, carefully up the road to avoid damage underneath. They could have turned around at the snow line they had passed, and in which they lighted in various cabins on the way. Exactly. And I agree with Arctic. I low-key love that car. This guy is very sus. Absolutely make no sense. Anna says there's a list of what they bought. It's not an extraordinary amount of pie, milk, soft drink, and candy. Yeah, and when in the documentary as well, in some of the articles that I don't want this to end up being like a 6-hour live, y'all. I didn't read all the articles, but I will drop all the articles that I have in the description if you guys want to go back and read through them. They got snacks. I mean, I like snacks. I'm sitting here binge eating strawberry candies. For those of y'all that know, it's my dirty little secret. Y'all hear that? Don't tell me what to do. He said, stop eating my candies. Matahari says it was proven that the heart attack was a lie. We've detected it's a lie. Miranda says he could have thought he was having one, but they say he shit himself. Sounds embellished. And there was also like he defecated outside the car as well.
I thought in one of those articles I read that they did take him to the hospital and they said it was a mild heart attack.
It's one of those things that it's like we're not really sure because of who he was. It could have been an anxiety attack or a heart attack.
Right.
But
I
always
thought in
need
one of
snacks
those
when I'm
articles,
driving.
I thought in one of those articles they took him to the hospital, and when he finally got to the hospital, they said he did have a mild heart attack. But don't quote me on that. I would have to look it back up.
Yeah, here Anna says Shones ended up at the hospital. It was questionable what he really had. Exactly. A panic attack. Right. Right. A panic attack. Anxiety attack. Chest pains. Make you feel like you're going to die. Might be having a heart attack when all it was you done got yourself all worked up. All right. We're going to go back in here. Y'all got your boot.
But he received no response. Instead, the pickup truck's engine then started, and all the figures...
Shit, I got sidetracked. So in that clip that I just paused too late, you saw a man, a woman, a baby, some people standing around this car. Now, how odd is it that he could pinpoint that it was a light-colored Ford? Side-eyeing you, bub. Straight up side-eyeing you. I got my daughter a bag of those strawberry candies. Mom, she's addicted brutally. I have such an addiction. I'll be honest, right before the live, I ran to the Dollar General store and I bought these and some sweet tea because I quit Mountain Dews. I'm very proud of that. Hi, my name's Christy and I had a Mountain Dew issue. He needed some nitrogen and some new underwear. Doodle says she's back. She got a lecture on Eleanor Roosevelt. I love that boy. Doodle, did you see the little lizard I sent you? He rode all the way to the Dollar General with us. Yeah, I can't live without them. I can't do a live without them. I have to have them. They keep me from chain smoking. Okay, back to the video at hand here. ADHD done kicked in. I'm all over the place. I'm like, ping, 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 and poor Kimber.
I'm just along for the ride. I'm buckled in. I got my flashlight, my boot. Got my flashlights, my boot. I got
You
actually I
better
got that
get you a
hat,
toe
you know.
strap.
I got my hat. I got my hat with the flashlight on it. You know, I'm ready to go down a rabbit hole, and you know, I'm buckled in.
You got
It's
to have
okay.
all
We're
the
good.
things.
I got
You got to
all the
have all the
things.
things. All
But
right,
no,
here we go.
he could tell that it was that. But I have one other thing. I want to wait till he says it though.
Okay. And it says there's something about Sean's wife going to get the car before he went to the hospital. Whatever happened to him, he walked over 5 miles back to civilization after a heart attack. Exactly. That's something else that we're going to hear here in a few minutes. It's going to be very, very make you want to scratch your head like, what? He did what? And his wife acted like it was like a national emergency to go get the car? Huh? Okay, here we go.
Got into the truck, which then left the area. Mr. Shones returned to his Volkswagen to try and get warm. The engine was still idling and his lights were still on until around midnight, when the vehicle ran out of gas.
Welcome to the 100.
Oh, we don't support ads around here. We mute your house.
That's it right there.
All right, here we go.
Not the ad. Not the ad. Okay,
ad.
first of all, part one. Okay, if it was snowy, that truck, there ain't no waiting ass end of a truck. It wouldn't have made it up there. I'm just gonna tell you. It wouldn't have made it up there. I ain't no stooge. I'm from the South. You gotta put some bricks or some bullshit in the back of a truck for it to make it up there. They're too lightweight in the ass end. And if that car was stuck in that truck would have got stuck. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Something about a truck.
And I don't think it, even with being weighted down, I don't think that truck would have made it up that far. But you would have had to have some. You would have had to have some weight over that rear axle for it to make it up there. So I don't think it would have made it up there. Regardless, you'd have had to have quite a bit of weight in that kind of snow, because that thing would have been fishtailing all over the road.
Well, if it was that style of truck, it would have been a nice truck. And you got to think they didn't make tires like they did do.
But
they don't make tires like that.
Going up into the mountains 4,000 feet, and that car was stuck in the snow. So, and a Volkswagen Beetle was stuck in the snow. And I can tell you from experience, a Volkswagen Beetle will go in the snow like nobody's business because all the weight's in the rear end.
Hell, we used to take the Volkswagen Beetle mud and float it in the pond. And Anna's right. Scones had been drinking heavily that afternoon around 5 p.m. And then we're going to hear that he left and he's headed up to a cabin.
A military jet just crashed into the Potomac River, possibly collided with the helicopter.
Oh, shit.
80 on board.
Where there's a gold. The question is supposed to be the woman with the baby, etc. Could have been Scott's interpretation of the 5 men getting out of the car. That's very possible. What was the part about the woman and the baby? So allegedly, he saw a truck with a man, a woman, and a baby. But he also says it could have been due to the pain he was experiencing in his heart attack. Arctic says, girl, I'd give up sex before I give up my Mountain Dew. What? Well, damn if that ain't a protest. Doodle is full of all kinds of good information and resources. The Epits. Y'all crazy. Doodles. Shit, I got Doodle on the mind. See, woman, you be taking up my headspace rent free. God love her. Not without being weighted down. Exactly. Strong words, Arctic. I know, right? how many feet of the snow are we talking when we drive around here? 2 or 3 feet of snow? No, you're talking about the California mountains. So you're talking about hellacious snow, sandbags, railroad ties. That's crazy, dude. We may look at that. Actually, we probably will look at that. Right. Tires wasn't made that deep. That's so crazy. My God, the world. Accumulated feet of snow had snowed recently, may have snowed that night. Right. 80 on board. I need to see if that lady would freeze dry me some Werthers. Oh my God. Like now I got everybody on a candy kick. Of course we didn't think she was lying. All right. How are they all found? Different stages. Items closing. Items are closing replaced. How they were found. Absolutely. Sorry, I read that wrong. Something about a Kansas flight. I'm going to go ahead and let this play for a little bit longer, and I'm going to look that up.
At around 2 a.m. the next morning, Mr. Shones began to get cold, and he realized that he would have to try and walk back to the Mountain House bar. He spent the next 2 hours trying to psych himself up and prepare for the grueling 7-mile walk through the snow. It was 4 in the morning when Mr. Shones began to make his walk down the hill. He had only been walking for a few seconds when he came across the vehicle he thought was a Ford sedan. In actuality, it was a blue and white Mercury Montego. Mr. Shones opened the driver's door and looked inside. The dome light came on, illuminating the interior of the vehicle, with items strewn all around. Later on, Mr. Shones would say that something about the way the interior looked made him think of a child. Mr. Shones then continued his difficult walk toward the Mountain House, sometimes only moving 30 or 40 feet at a time before needing to rest. He finally reached his destination around 10 a.m. Employees and patrons witnessed Mr. Shones stumble into the Mountain House and sit down in a seat at the bar. The waitress on duty, Irene Aycock, would later tell authorities that Mr. Shones placed his hand on his head and stated, "I should have done this 2 years ago." Other witnesses at the Mountain House corroborated that Shones made this statement. Mr. Shones then asked for 2 aspirins and a glass of water, which he was given. After taking the aspirin, he asked if anyone could give him a ride home. Mrs. Aycock asked a local, Steve Robinson, if he would be willing to drive Shones home, and he agreed. Mr. Robinson and his girlfriend, Laura Lynn Smith, then began driving Mr. Shones back to his house. During this time, Shones must have been feeling somewhat better, as he had spent quite some time criticizing the driving of Mr. Robinson. When Mr. Robinson was later asked by detectives if he could recall anything from the drive, he stated that Shones described that he had become stuck in the snow above the Mountain House, and that a car had followed him so closely that he could not stop and he could not turn around. Shones said that he could not get off of the road, and when he tried to go up a hill, he became stuck. Mr. Robinson stated that Shones blamed the entire incident of getting stuck, as well as the physical stress that he was suffering, on another vehicle that had been following him. A story that is notably different from the one that he would later convey to investigators. While in the vehicle, Mr. Shones made no mention of having had a heart attack, though he looked very tired. When the trio arrived at Shones' trailer home, Mr. Shones exited the vehicle without a word of thanks, went inside, and immediately went to bed.
He looks down at his queen.
Meanwhile, in Yuba City, the parents of the 5 men were in a state of panic. Many of them had been up all night waiting for their respective children to come home, unsure of what to do. The parents began calling each other, confirming that none of the men had made it home the night prior. This type of thing had simply never happened before. Back near the Mountain House, a man named Bill Neal, who worked with the Forest Service, was driving Laurelville Quincy High to go cross-country ski. He estimated that the time was approximately 10 a.m. when he arrived at the line and found the Mercury Montego parked in the road. Mr. Neal noted that the Montego did not appear to be stuck and was sitting on snow that was about 5 or 6 inches deep. He noticed some skid marks on the rear tires that indicated the wheels had been spinning. He thought the vehicle could easily to. Mr. Neal also noted that the driver's side rear window was rolled. He used it to dig around the side of the vehicle so that he could drive past and get further up the hill. Afterwards, he went up a short distance, maybe 40 to 50 feet around the bend, and discovered Mr. Shones' Volkswagen stuck in the snow. Parked right next to the Volkswagen, and noticed that the trunk lid was open, and it appeared as though someone working on the engine. He noticed a pile of feces on the ground that he thought was from a dog. Mr. Neal then began skiing and left the area. Back in Berry Creek, it was around noon when Mr. Schoen's wife, Rosenda Schoen's, and their mentally handicapped daughter arrived in Sacramento. She found Mr. Schoen's in bed and woke him up, after which he tried to explain what had happened. Mrs. Schoen subsequently decided to go up and attempt to get her Volkswagen out of the snow with the help of her daughter. She drove up to the mountain house and talked to the owner about what she was planning to do. The owner asked a man named Jim Birch to go with Mrs. Schoen's in order to help her get the vehicle unstuck. The trio went up the hill and came upon the location of the Volkswagen. They discovered that it was completely out of gas and the battery was dead. They found Bill Neal's pickup truck parked nearby and borrowed a shovel out of the back in order to help dig out the Volkswagen. They only succeeded in moving the Volkswagen south along the highway to a point where it was parked some 20 to 30 feet in front of the Montego. When Mrs. Schoen's described the area around the car, she said that there was vomit on the ground and some feces and that Joe had made quite a mess. Since their efforts to start the vehicle had failed, they decided to leave the area and come back Sunday, February 26th. Later, around 2 p.m., Bill Neal came back from his skiing and noticed that the Volkswagen had been moved closer to the Montego. He thought that the Montego might have moved as well, but he wasn't sure. He noticed the window on the vehicle was still rolled down. Bill Neal then left the area. At around 6 p.m., Joseph Jones was taken to the Oroville Medical Center. He was admitted and treated for a mild heart attack. Back in Yuba City, Jack Madruga's mother called the authorities around 8 p.m., informing them that the 5 men had not returned home the night before. The group had, at this point, missed their Special Olympics basketball game at Sierra College. The Yuba County Sheriff began making attempts to discover where the 5 men could have gone.
Okay, we are using fair use, so I'm going to periodically stop this and commentate over it. So as Anna, and I appreciate you being here, is putting in a lot of really good knowledge. Jack Marguga's car couldn't have functioned in much snow. The VW was much better. Both could have turned around at the snow line, because you're talking about an older car that would have been very low to the ground, and the snow would not have been friendly with that car whatsoever. You'd have been fishtailing all over the place, here and there and everywhere, and it would have been crazy. And Hannah says, gosh, why is Nightbot being so pleasant? On another channel, that bot must have been set to sensitive. It timed out everyone for spam. So my Nightbot is only merely for dropping links and putting resources in the chat. It drops channels, it drops resources, it drops websites, it drops these little inspirational things that I wrote myself. The only people that have the ability to do anything with any comments in this channel is my mods, because I don't want Nightbot to have that kind of power. And Arctic sent me this link. I am going to pause long enough so we can take a look at this. It is breaking news, and then we'll go straight back to the Yuba 5. A passenger jet. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can see that. Okay. A passenger jet has collided mid-air with a Sikorsky Black Hawk helicopter while landing at an airport near Washington, D.C. The Federal Aviation Administration has confirmed the crash involved PCA Airlines Bombardier CRJ-700 regional jet and a Sikorsky H-60 helicopter. The airliner was approached on runway 33 at Reagan, Washington National Airport around 9 p.m. local time. That's 2 a.m. UK time. PSA was operating the flight AA5342 for American Airlines, which had departed from the city of Wichita, Kansas. The crash site centered in the Potomac River near the airport. Multiple helicopters, including those from the U.S. Park Police, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, and U.S. military, were flying over the scene. Local police said the social media, the multi-agency search rescue operation is underway. National Transportation Safety Board said it was gathering for more information on the incident. All takeoffs and landings at the airport have been temporarily halted, though the terminal remains open. Breaking news story will be refreshed as it comes in, and I literally refreshed it right before I pulled it up. Thank you guys. Thank you, Doodle, for bringing that in. And thank you, Arctic, for shooting me that link. Much appreciated. That is what a team does. Hashtag teamwork. My Nightbot is awesome. I love my Nightbot. You did not interrupt, Doodle. Amber alerts, breaking news, helicopter crashes into an airplane full of people. Those are priorities. Don't ever think you interrupted. Ever, ever, ever. Please don't think that. What is this? Fox Tampa, are they covering it too? Thank you, hun. I can't pull it up from here. I'll have to pull it up on the chat that I don't have open. Because my swamp signal starts acting crazy if I've got too many tabs going. And then you guys will start hearing and nobody wants that.
And I'll
Nobody
be going,
wants
what'd you
that.
say? What'd you say?
Huh?
Huh? Huh?
Huh? Where did that go? There it is. Okay. I'm going to close our live. Oh, it's in Discord? Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I did it the hard way. I didn't even think about Discord.
Don't kick us off the stream.
I don't normally do that. I think I've kicked myself off the stream and leave many up here once. Usually I just say something like really important on mute.
Oh, okay.
It's what I'm known for. Oh, shit. Look at that, y'all. Can y'all see that?
Oh, wow.
Good
Emergency.
Lord. Our Nightbot intern for Bill Cosby had seen too many things to be sensitive.
Intern for Bill Cosby. Arctic. Oh my gosh.
Nobody knows the reason why they went to Orbo from there. They went up the mountain. Right. All right. Thank you again, Anna, for being here. Wow, look at that. Look at all the bubble gums, y'all. Good Lord. Prayers for those families, man.
Definitely prayer.
And there's no audio on this. Which we probably wouldn't hear anything but well, no, that's an English cop. Anyway, y'all know what I meant. It ain't even midnight yet, and it's already starting to go. It's starting to go. Wisdom sending up prayer hands. Discord. I will check Discord. I love Arctic. And if you are not subbed up to Arctic, make sure you sub up to Arctic. My mods will be dropping links. You can use the Nightbot links or Doodle's old school. She likes to grab the links and drop the links. There's Wisdom. Southern Growl True Crime. Dawn is amazing.
Yes, she is.
Discord. I love Dawn. Miranda says, I wonder if there was a breakdown in the air traffic control. That's very possible. Sent you something in Discord. Look in Discord.
Discord. I think you should
Everyone
look in Discord.
add me to Discord.
Mom, I think you should look in Discord.
I need to look at Discord.
I think
Damn it.
I think they're
It's
trying to tell you that you should look in Discord. Maybe look in Discord. Maybe you should look in Discord.
Still loading. We'll check Discord. And then once I get everybody pulled up here, shout out for everybody sending me links. You guys are rock stars. Hashtag teamwork.
Hi, Wisdom, honey.
That's why we don't wear our brown pants on Wednesdays. It is Wednesday, right?
It better be. That's all
Do I
I can
already
tell
have this
you.
one pulled up?
It damn well better be Wednesday. I thought it was Thursday when you said we were doing that live tomorrow. I was like, oh my gosh, I can get on and rant on a Friday. But now I have to rant on Thursday.
What is this? All right, we're going to share this tab. What is this? It has no audio either. We're watching reporters. Look, he wore his brown pants. If you guys are not Deadpool fans, you probably don't understand why I'm referencing brown pants, but it's funny to me. Did you hear there was a fire in Western California mountains? Trees fell on the power lines. Heard about the evacuation, but not the full details. Another one, Elizabeth? My God. And it's incredibly knowledgeable and adds to so much to the conversation. I agree. Fox has audio. I don't know why mine doesn't have any audio. Oh, probably because I'm not. Well, no, because it shouldn't matter if I'm sharing it or not if it had audio. See, did I click on the right? Man, well, you bet I clicked on the wrong damn. No, that's Fox. They're showing the exact same screen.
Where's the damn audio?
Don't have any damn audio.
Oh my God.
We want audio.
We don't have damn
The
audio.
fuck is the audio?
Where's the damn audio?
No, this is the other one. I opened both of them.
It's a swamp fire, not a dumpster fire. It's a swamp fire.
Doodle for the win.
What'd she say? What did she?
She
Oh,
sent
did
me
she
a
send you
meme.
that? Oh, she probably sent you the same meme she sent me. I was sitting here and I was like,
It
oh
looks
my
like
God.
a bull terrier.
Huh? It's what?
What is Molly sent us? Oh God. I'm sorry, y'all. The audio for
Did
the
she
ad
send you
snuck
the one
through.
of the bull terrier?
Yes. Yes, she did. Thank you guys for your patience. I appreciate your patience. I really, really, really do.
Yeah, she sent me that one too. Look at her. She's laughing. Ha, ha, ha.
Oh,
Doodle.
here we
I'm
go.
glad I wasn't drinking when I got that. I was like, whoa. Did you find audio?
Can y'all hear that?
No. I just turned my sound up and I still can't. I can hear you, so it's not bad. Your mouth is moving, sir, but I can't hear what your lips move, but I can't hear what you say. Only coming through in waves. Find it and go through it real slow, and I'll see if I can lip read, Mom, and I'll tell the story. I don't think it'd
Can
be
y'all
very
not hear
good.
it?
Oh my God! I heard you. I need to turn you down a little bit. Jesus. I hear nothing. Doodle, you made me smile. I'm glad I wasn't drinking when you sent that. I would have spit my drink. Yes, an F-35. No, apparently a Black Hawk and American Airlines plane crashed. I don't think there was an F-35. I think it was just a Black Hawk and an American Airlines plane, Miranda. I'm not sure.
I think I pulled up the wrong damn video.
Wisdom.
Maybe that's why y'all couldn't hear it.
Watch your DM. Doodle's sending things. Doodle's sending
Doodle's
things.
sending things.
Doodle's sending things.
Okay.
Did you find it?
Oh, shit.
What's up, Mikey?
Can y'all hear that one?
Dago
Yes,
said the last one
obviously,
he sent on Discord has audio.
but it also being nighttime
You hear that
adds
one?
another layer
Oh,
of
God,
challenges
yeah.
for those rescuers who were there. And this is
Okay.
a response that we're seeing from agencies. We're seeing a response from agencies all across the region, DC, Fairfax. This is an all hands on deck situation where as many people as they can pull into this investigation are involved. So we have a picture that we're now losing. So let's take another camera view. And this one sort of shows you just the vast amount of
Thank you, Molly.
police and ambulances that are responding to this. This is something that we haven't seen in quite some time, a plane crash in our area. The last time that we had a crash near the Potomac River or in the Potomac River was back in 1982. That was also in the month of January, very frigid conditions. In fact, the Potomac was iced over. In that tragedy, we know several people died. There were some survivors. We are waiting to find out if there are any casualties tonight. We simply do not know. We're also waiting to hear the human side of the story, which is those who have loved ones on that flight who presumably were waiting for them to land at the airport. We are working together that angle of the story for you as well. As we look at the clock, it is now 10:37. We are awaiting a news conference from those agencies. Let's go back to one of our reporters. If we have Carl Willis standing by, I know he was in that room awaiting that news conference. If we can get to him to give us an update. Okay, let me switch gears. And we have on the phone, as we look at this live picture, our meteorologist, Steve Rudin. Steve, thanks for joining us on the phone. Tell me what you heard or saw when this all unfolded at around 9 o'clock tonight.
Alrighty, so I was at home and I live in Old Town Alexandria, and I didn't hear anything. However, at around, say, I can't remember, but a little bit after 9, just a ton of fire trucks, a constant parade of fire trucks. I could hear them going down North Washington, heading down toward the GW Parkway, and police cars, ambulances. And at that point, I went online and I started to look around. I went to Flight Radar and I saw a bunch of choppers circling around an area. And that's where I am right now. I'm at Dangerfield Island, which is almost directly across the river from where it appears this incident happened. There are probably, I would say, at least 300 or more people here right now, a lot of news crews. The vantage point shows 3 very distinct areas of flashing rescue lights, ranging from Reagan National Airport to across the river over on the DC, Maryland side. And you can still hear, up until about, a steady stream of rescue squads going toward the airport. It's now quieter right now, but I am counting 1, 2, 3 choppers in the air right now, still doing searches that are over the water. I should make one other note that earlier today, we had wind gusts upwards of 30 to 40 miles per hour. It is nearly calm here right now. So those winds are not a problem, but these waters, as Veronica was mentioning, very, very cold. Parts of the Potomac recently, as a couple of days ago, had a sheet of ice on it. Where I am right now, the vantage point, it is not icy. However, the water temperatures are very, very cold.
Yeah, we were looking at temperatures around 35 degrees for that water temperature, so certainly frigid. Can you tell us, Steve, in terms of where you are, if you're able to see if the posture has changed? I know you've been out there kind of looking at the situation for some time now. Are you seeing more vehicles respond in terms of emergency vehicles, or are you seeing them shift to a different direction?
Well, right now I'm hearing yet another round of sirens, emergency vehicles. And you can literally, I mean, if you pan the river, I'm at Dangerfield Island. For those of you who don't know where that is, it's right off the GW Parkway, just to the north of Old Town Alexandria. And I have a direct view right now of the control tower at Reagan National to the Washington Monument, the U.S. Capitol Dome. So from the Capitol Dome on is a steady stream of flashing red and blue lights. There's a little bit of break where the water is, another band of lights, which looks like it's more across the river. Perhaps that's where they're searching. And then there's two more clumps of lights. So I don't know how big this area is. We know that we saw the big flash in the video, that it happened above the surface. I don't know how high it was, and I don't know how far the debris may have spread, but there are lots and lots of people. Search 1, 2, 3 choppers right now that are in the air, and I can't even count how many rescue vehicles just by their flashing lights. There're just so many.
What about in the water? Are you seeing rescue boats in the water? We saw that earlier, but has that changed?
So from my vantage point here across the river, it does appear that there's clumps. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 clumps of rescue squads. I can't tell from this vantage point which ones are actually on the water or not. However, there's a very steady stream, and the choppers now seem to be going a little bit farther to the south in a location. I don't know what is happening over there, but there's also a lot of flashing lights in that one clump of rescue vehicles, and it's sort of separated from the rest of them. So I don't know what's going on in that smaller area, but then you can look around the perimeter over toward Reagan National, and you can see just a search and rescue effort that I've not seen around here, my goodness, in a long, long time.
Absolutely. And you said about 3, how many aircraft in terms of helicopters you see circling now?
Right now I'm counting 3, okay. and they're all at varying heights, and they seem to be scanning. I mean, they're sort of moving in a, I mean, I imagine there's some sequence in which they're moving, but they're definitely covering a pretty broad area of the river that is just to the south of Reagan National.
And Steve, not to put you on the spot, but I know one of your side hobbies is just fascination with aircraft. Do you have anything to add on that front?
No, I mean, you know, American Eagle, I mean, they've been around a long time. They're a subsidiary of American Airlines, and these planes, these commuter planes, you know, we think of these commuter planes from way back when with propellers and whatnot, but they're regional jets in essence. I don't know the exact type of plane this is. However, they hold quite a few people. And I think at one point, I don't want to even speculate how many people the plane holds, because I don't know what kind of plane it is. But some of these planes can hold upwards of 75 people. So they're not these small 25-seat planes that we're accustomed to seeing. Or remember seeing back in the day.
Yeah, you're right about that. This one, we understand, holds about 65 people, but you're right. As you pointed out, we don't know how many passengers were on board this flight. Steve, thank you so much for adding your perspective to all of this. We're going to come back to you later tonight, because we're going to be by from Dangerfield Island for us. So we want to bring in us about the conditions out there in the Potomac.
Right. So holding at 35 degrees right now. Haven't seen any change with that, but that still is a very low water temperature. You know, winds out of the northwest. They'll start looking at the water currents, which way everything is flowing. Right now it's a northwesterly wind. So that will be, I'm going to switch over to one of the maps here to zoom right on down to Reagan National here. We can take the map for maybe a split second there on the other side. So we'll look at the winds northwest to southeast. So that water current will be more from north to south, allowing things to kind of flow, you know, south out of the Potomac. But the water temperature, that's what is so critical, of course, running at 35 degrees. And what I mentioned earlier is that at 35 degrees, there's so much that just happens with the human body, right? You see at 35 degrees, under 3 minutes, that loss of dexterity. These folks on the plane, of course, without any gear on. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you would hope that, we don't know how much time they had to prepare, if any of the vests or things like that you're often told to do in case of an emergency when you have these instructional videos before a flight takes off. But you're right, no one wants to be
Eduardo,
in those
we're
type
going
of
back to the
conditions,
boys.
Because there is a
Sorry, Mom.
Okay, this is the one that Dago sent me. We're going to run through this real quick, and then we're going to go back to the Yuba 5.
So if you look straight right through, that is Reagan National Airport. And you see this boat over here, Sinan, if we can just go a little closer. is actually heading in that direction. It looks like these firefighters are actually getting ready to put these boats in the water. Right now, a very, very fluid situation, trying to piece together. But what we can confirm is what we've been reporting, that we know that there's an aircraft down. Law enforcement also confirms that there was some kind of smoke.
The plane on top, you could see that flash of light beneath it, and that is what we're focusing on. Military helicopter and a passenger flight right here, moment of impact in 3, 2, there. And you know what's amazing at a time.
Okay, thank you, Doodle, for popping in and letting us know that there was the moment of impact. Prayers for all the families. Wow. Wow, how many? They said 80. It is horrible. Doodle said it was 80. Hi, Leslie and Billy. No, we did not forget about the boys. We're just going to pop over and see what we could find out real quick. One too many, right? Right, I agree. It is wild. Harry said, just got an update. They rescued 4 of the 64 passengers. Wow. Yeah, that is horrible. Okay, so back to the story at hand here tonight, because I do want to cover this, and that, you know, prayers for those families. And I understand if anybody wants to pop over and stay up to date with what's going on with that story. But we're going to get back to the Yuba 5. Thank you for everybody that hung in there. Thank you for everybody that's still here. Now, don't be sorry. Don't ever be sorry. Don't ever be sorry. Breaking news is breaking news. Breaking news is breaking news.
Yes, it
All
is.
right, make sure we got audio.
Mrs. Shones returned to the area of bulk collection between 10 a.m. and noon that Sunday as planned.
Ma'am.
She asked one of her neighbors on Rockport Road, Bud Coveyou, to assist her with this task. This time, they took both gas and jumper cables and were able to get the vehicle started and drive it back home. While they were there, they noticed some 4 or 5 vehicles in the area and 10 or 12 people. They were all playing in the snow. On Tuesday, February 28th, Jack Madruga's Mercury Montego was officially discovered by authorities up on the deserted Oroville-Quincy Highway. A forest ranger had seen the car on February 25th, but thought nothing of it at the time since people go cross-country skiing in the area. Once he heard the news of the 5 missing men and the description of the car they were driving, he notified authorities of its location north of the Mountain House. I was fortunate enough to get some old photo film strips that show what the car looked like when it was found. Keep in mind that the environment surrounding the vehicle has been changed. Bill, Neal, and possibly others had shoveled snow to clear away past the vehicle by this time. Inside the vehicle, they found a number of candy wrappers, a discarded milk carton, and 4 different road maps. Authorities also found programs for the basketball game the boys attended. One of them had even written the scoring throughout the game. The vehicle still had a quarter tank of gas and started right up when police tried hot wiring it. The situation was a bit baffling to authorities as the car was not really stuck, and even if the boys were having problems, the 5 of them could have easily moved the vehicle. The photographs of the vehicle bear these facts out, as the back wheels are far from being buried in the snow. A search began in the immediate vicinity of the car's location, but a storm rolled in the very same day, dropping fresh snow in the area and creating dangerous conditions for searchers. One searcher would wind up having a heart attack, while another would catch pneumonia. Regardless, authorities from neighboring Butte and Plumas counties assisted in the search, using everything they could muster. Search dogs, horses, 4-wheel drive vehicles, and even helicopters. The rough, craggy, and heavily wooded area proved difficult to search, and despite everything they put into it, they had no success in finding anything. On March 2nd, detectives made contact with Mr. Shones via telephone while he was still in the hospital. During this interview, Mr. Shones gave a general overview of what occurred on February 24th, and also made several statements that add details to his story and alter others. He stated that he got the impression that the group of individuals he saw could have been anywhere from 2 to 12 people. He also acknowledged that he had told his wife about another vehicle, a pickup truck, at the scene, but now stated that he did not recall seeing a pickup truck and may have been hallucinating due to his heart attack. As the search dragged on without success, Detectives began investigating the incident for signs of foul play. Tips and sightings of the 5 men started pouring in from all over. By far, the vast majority of these sightings proved to be misidentifications. At least one, however, seemed legitimate and caught the attention of authorities at the time. On March 3, 1978, a woman named Rosella Florence Mulder would tell police that on February 26th, at around 2:30 p.m., she stopped by Mary's Country Store in Brownsville. She ended up parking next to a red Chevrolet pickup truck. Inside the cab were 2 white males who both grinned at her. She felt that they may have been mentally challenged. 2 more white males were at a phone booth about 20 feet away. At first, she thought one of the men was a woman. One was talking on the telephone while the other was looking around nervously. Inside the store, she noticed another man walking the aisles. Shortly afterward, she left. And once she heard about the disappearances of the Yuba Five, she contacted police about her sighting. Miss Mulder was shown a lineup to see if she could identify any of the missing men. She picked out Sterling, Wire, Madruga, and Hewitt as being the 4 men she had seen outside the store. Sterling and Wire were sitting in the car, with Hewitt on the payphone while Madruga was standing beside it. She had already seen pictures of the 5 men twice on television prior to this time. To follow up on this sighting, police interviewed the individual who had been working in Mary's Country Store at the time of the sighting, a Mr. Carroll Waltz. He was shown a photographic lineup by police to see if he could identify any of the 5 men. He identified Wire and possibly Hewitt as being in the group of 5 or 6 men who were in the store on both February 25th and February 26th, and who had driven there in an old red pickup. He stated that he had not seen the group since that time. Detectives were unable to do much with this information, but it was unique amongst the multitude of tips to get a couple witnesses who say they saw the Yuba boys at Mary's Country Store over the course of several different days, while also seeing the red truck.
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agency.
That's interesting.
Detectives.
And I'm on mute.
That's interesting.
Very interesting. Now this is the part that I was talking to you about the other night. This guy, I don't trust this guy as far as I could throw him.
That's
this gentleman
shown.
here.
That's shown.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't trust his ass as far as I could throw him.
Detectives interviewed Mr. Jefferson on March 7th, 1978, roughly 2 weeks after the incident and the same day he was set to leave the hospital. This was the most long-form and detailed interview Mr. Shones would provide to investigators. During this interview, Mr. Shones changed his opinion on the pickup truck. This time he told investigators that he did see the pickup truck behind the Montego, and also gave details about how it looked and how it was parked, no longer mentioning anything about the possibility of it having been a hallucination. Detectives noted during this interview that after the questioning became somewhat redundant, or when specific minute details were pursued, Shones began to have an attitude change. Up until that point, he had been very active and engaged in questioning. When he was asked to specifically describe the activity of the figures he had seen moving around the vehicles when he was on the snowbank, Shones became very defensive. He reclined back on his bed, put his hands behind his head, and said, "I get a feeling you guys think I know something about these dudes." Detectives note this behavior was out of character compared with the rest of the interview. Shones also described that during his first few days at the hospital, he was extremely emotional and could not talk to anyone without crying. He was unable to speak to even his wife without crying this way. During the interview, Mr. Shones also mentioned how brightly lit the area was by moonlight that night, and that he could not believe how bright it was. After the Shones interview, detectives would go on to talk to multiple witnesses from the Mountain House and surrounding area. Their interviews provided the details for much of the narrative surrounding Shones after his arrival back at the Mountain House that we covered earlier in this video. During the investigation, a number of people contacted police as character witnesses for some of the missing 5. A good few were in regard to behavior exhibited by Gary Mathias in the past. One witness, Janet Enzera, reported that Gary had told her on several occasions that he had a dream where he and several other people would disappear. He would also talk about spaceships and people from outer space. She would also say that she knew Gary to be a very violent person, hurting several men seriously, and that he also did not like women. Another witness,
However, we heard earlier that as long as Gary Mathias was taking his medication, he was nonviolent. He had a history of violence, but that as long as he was on his medication, he was balanced. And for those of us that have required medication in the past, require it now, if you get off of taking your medication, especially when it is a psychotic medication like that, it's important to stay on that regimen.
And we have also heard, and you and I have read, that he would have not hurt the other boys because he was like their protector. This was you have to remember, this was a small group. And they were.
Yes, they go, he was on his meds. He was regularly taking his meds.
And from all accounts, they were a very tight-knit group.
Mm-hmm.
From all accounts, they were a very tight-knit group of young men.
Right, and you had people side-eye him because of his history, because of the schizophrenia, and and I understand that. And you also had the fact that it was only a few months when he had came into this group of men. However, I don't feel in my heart, and I've been doing this for a while, that this guy had any kind of nefarious things planned against these boys. I just don't.
Well, even from what I have read, from the research that I have done, that from what I have read, the 4 that passed away died from, 3 of them that we know, died from hypothermia. The 3 that they just found that were skeletonized, they said they died from hypothermia. I don't guess that the autopsies that they did or anything, the coroner said they died from hypothermia. I don't guess there was any kind of trauma that they found from what they found. And Wire lived, they said, for up to 3 months. So, and Matthias was the only one that they did not find. So, yes, autopsies, Dago. So that was the coroner's report, that they died from hypothermia. And if Wire lived for up to 3 months, and then Matthias was the only one that they did not find, and Matthias, they said, he did not. I mean, if you're led to believe that Matthias did this, then how did Wire live for, and Matthias is the only one that wasn't found, how did Wire live for 3 months?
Right, because it seems like if he was going to take them out,
he would have taken all 4 of them out.
Why not? You're already way up in the mountains on this mountain road. They're stuck. Do it right there on the side of the road. Toss them off the cliff.
Right. And
So no, I don't think he did anything either.
No, and because they said that the Wire he also died from hypothermia, frostbite. It was like gangrene had set in and all of that, but I think they were a very close-knit group. They were all 5 of them were a very close-knit group. And from what I've read, I just don't believe that happened. And he may have, when Wire died, He may have stayed there until his friend died. He may have stayed with his friend until he passed away, and he may have wrapped him up. And that may have been,
Exactly.
And when his friend passed away, then he may have left and tried to find his way out, and he got just disoriented out there because there very well probably was still some snow up there at that elevation, and if he was trying to find his way out in the daytime, just like Mom said, snowblind, and there you have it. And there's I'll use Mom's term, begoogers up there. There's bears, there's mountain lion, there's a lot of things up there.
Exactly. And they did autopsies on these boys. And even though it was in, the late 70s when they did these autopsies, you still had tool mark. They still would have looked for tool marks. They would have looked for a gunshot. They would have looked for something that showed that this was foul play and not an unfortunate death of 4 innocent boys. Anna says nobody trusted Scones' information. He drank a lot of beers at the inn on that road and had driven off to park to sober up, supposedly chronic user quantities of alcohol. Exactly. And that's what I heard as well, that he's not, he's not like the town's favorite person either.
Right.
I think Matthias may have been okay before using drugs in the military. He could have had drug-induced schizophrenia, which is different from some other cases. Exactly. Very well said. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you being here. People like to imagine that Matthias forced his friends up the mountain. No way those 4 would have allowed that. Jack Magruga's car he was driving, right. And we heard earlier that Jack's car was his pride and joy. That was his pride and joy. He saved up and bought that car. He loved that car. He took care of that car. And we even heard the clip from his family member, I believe it was his mom or sister, that, when I read it in the article, the little clipped out of the article, it said that, he would have never put his car in that kind of a situation.
And they also said in the article that I read, he would have never let anybody else drive it. And there were only 2 of them that had driver's license, and that was Matthias and Madruga. But Madruga was the only one that had a car.
Yep. And it's right. 4 against 1. I don't see it either, Dago. I don't see it.
And Anna, you are correct. It is a thought one of the men stayed with his injured friend at a Forest Service cabin, likely for weeks. Some signs that Messiah stayed to help his friend, and he very well could have stayed to help his friend. And they said that could be the reason. They said that they broke into the forest trailer, but the reason that they may not have eaten the food or used anything that was in there was because they thought they were going to get in trouble. But then again, they said it does look like some of the food was eaten, but not, a lot of it. So, but they said there was enough food in like a shed out there or something to keep them alive.
Yeah, it was
to keep all 5 of them alive for a year.
That had never been opened.
Yep, that had never been opened.
You have to wrap your mind around that. That had never been opened. MOD, manner of death, starvation, and hypothermia. Dago, if that's what you're asking, MOD after the autopsies.
Yep.
Matahari says there were 3 soldiers in a Black Hawk that went down in that crash. We'll thank them for their service, prayers for their families. That's horrible.
Manner of death.
It's thought that one of the men stayed in his injured friend. Yep. Yeah, manner of death. Yep.
It was hypothermia, like Mom just said, hypothermia, and what did you say, Mom?
hypothermia and starvation. And
Yes.
I should have looked this up before the live, and we were discussing, is there a way for them to tell in the bones whether hypothermia set in? I know that one of the signs of hypothermia, and a couple of the boys were found without their clothes on, is when you're going through hypothermia like that and you're freezing, you start to strip. You start to take your clothes off. It's one of the side effects of hypothermia. Because if you've ever had frostbite, I've been, I'm from Kentucky. Those of y'all that don't eat meat, I apologize, but I've been hunting, and sometimes when you're out there, especially, you don't realize you got 4 or 5 layers of socks on, you got your boots on, you're not thinking about it. You get home and your toes are blue. And then they burn. They burn like you're on fire. Yes. So what would you do? You'd start coming out of your clothes. I wonder if that's also another way that they determined, but like I said, if it was foul play, they would have seen tool marks from a knife or a weapon, because the human bone is just like your skin. It'll scar with those tool marks.
If it had been any kind of blunt force trauma, they would have seen it, because they would have been able to tell by the bone. And Dago, they knew that Wahir starved because he was a large man, and he had lost he weighed, I think. Well, I don't know. He wasn't a large. He weighed like 200. He wasn't large. He weighed like 200 pounds, and he had lost.
But he'd lost a lot of his body mass.
He lost half of his body weight. So that's how they knew, because he's the one that was in they found in the trailer, and he had lived, they said, for 3 months after.
Right. And how they determined that was the growth, his hair growth.
Yes.
They were able to estimate roughly about how long that he had survived. Hi, Mittens. Thank you for coming in, honey.
By the hair growth, by his hair growth and the beard, because they went missing in, was it February. So they went missing in February. So he lived March, April, May. So he lived until May. So that's why when they found him in early June, that's why the smell of decay and all of that, because that's why there was still something left, because it had been cold, so that preserved. So they found them during the spring. They found him during the thaw. So that's why it had started to smell, because but they said they figured he lived 3 months by his beard growth and his hair growth.
Right. And Eduardo, again, thank you for hanging out here with us. He says Ted Werther survived 50 to 70 days after February 24th.
Yes.
And Anna, coming in hot during hypothermia, the body harbors energy deep inside. Paradoxal. Super proud of myself. I think I said that right. Undressing happens when the body releases the energy and the person feels hot and overheated. Coming in hot with the fancy big words. I love it. Thank you so much for being here. I love it. I love it. I appreciate my community. I appreciate my mods. I appreciate everybody that's coming in. And we definitely appreciate Kimba for being up here and hanging out with us on work night.
Hey,
girl, all right, guys, we are almost through this part 1, so I'm going to let it run. And, of course, we'll stop and commentate on it.
Told police that he had once been involved in a fist fight with Gary Mathias, stating that Mathias had once hit him in the face for no apparent reason, and Mr. Delosier had retaliated. Mr. Delosier could also describe at least one other instance he knew of where Mathias had been involved in a fight. One of Gary Mathias's friends, Joseph Leal, also talked to police, telling them that Mathias's mood was sometimes up and down and that he could be very unpredictable. He described Gary as having a low tolerance for women. Mr. Leal could think of no reason why Gary or any of the other men would leave home or stay away. It should be noted, in relation to these actions attributed to Gary Mathias, that no dates were given for any specific incident or whether or not they occurred before or after he had become medicated and more behaviorally stable in the prior 2 years. Another interesting report came from a man named Charles Hedrick. He contacted police to inform them about an incident that occurred 2 or 3 years prior to the disappearance. Mr. Hedrick was in the vicinity of Bucks Lake, where he was deer hunting prior to having an unusual encounter with Ted Wire. While hunting, Mr. Hedrick would stay at a cabin located not far from where Jack Madruga's car would eventually be found. When Mr. Hedrick arrived at the cabin, he found Wire and another man with a small boy. He said Wire didn't do much talking, but the trio were apparently hunting deer in the area. Mr. Hedrick informed them that they had no business being at the cabin, and since nothing in the cabin appeared to be missing, he simply told the group to leave. As they left, he noticed they were driving an older model Ford pickup that was faded red in color. Mr. Hedrick told police that he was positive that it was Ted Wire that he saw, since he actually lived very close to Wire's house in the city. When police contacted Mrs. Wire regarding this new information, she seemed completely unaware, stating that she had never known Ted to have a gun or to go deer hunting. She did know Ted to be associated with a man who owned a faded red Ford pickup, though. This individual was older and had children. Police tried to follow up on who this individual was, but seemed to have made little headway.
Secret keeps me fresh for those long flights.
So incoming another red vehicle, but, you know, and red trucks give me PTSD.
By June 4th, 1978, the snow that had covered the search area in the winter had receded, and some motorcyclists were riding through the backcountry roads of the Granite Basin. They came across a Forestry Service fire camp located about a mile from the Daniels Inc. campground when their attention was directed to a trailer with a broken window. As they approached, they were overwhelmed by a nauseating odor. They attempted to look through the window of the trailer, and although it was dark, they could make out what appeared to be a dead body laying on a bed and covered in sheets. The group contacted the Plumas County Sheriff as the camp was in their jurisdiction, and Plumas County made contact with Yuba County shortly thereafter. The location of the forestry camp was about 5 miles as the crow flies from where Jack Madruga's car had been found. Deputies from Butte, Plumas, and Yuba County arrived on scene at the Granite Basin Fire Camp and found several buildings on the property. The main area of interest was a 60-foot trailer with its north side window broken from the outside. Below the broken window, deputies found several empty cans of Army rations. Around the back door of the trailer, they found several paperback books lying on the ground. About 30 feet to the northeast of the trailer, they found a white bedsheet and one sock. When deputies entered the trailer, they found the remains of a white adult male in a bunk bed. Located on the bedside table were a number of items, like a wallet containing the ID of Ted Wire, a ring with the name Ted engraved on it, a neck chain, and a gold Waltham brand wristwatch, which, according to the families, did not belong to any of the men. The body itself was completely covered by 8 sheets. Upon removing all the sheets from the body, the deputies recognized the clothing worn by the subject as the same as those worn by Ted Wire on the night of his disappearance. Wire was lying on his back with his hands on his chest. Both pant legs were rolled up above the knees, his shoes were missing, and his feet appeared to be frostbitten, with 3 toes completely missing from the right foot and 2 from the left. There was also evidence of severe infection coming from the feet. The face was unidentifiable at the time, but particular note was taken of the fact that the subject had a full beard and mustache. Ted Wire had been clean-shaven at the time of his disappearance. It was clear that Wire had been starving and had lost vast amounts of weight while staying in the trailer. Deputies noticed that surrounding the body were several more cans of Army rations that had been opened in the same manner as the ones found outside, using a P38 can opener which comes with each case of C rations. There was also heavy Forestry Service.
So I'm going to put my 2 cents in here. And Anna's right. Most of these witnesses are probably not correct. Take them with a grain of salt. And like she said earlier, there was a reward. So a lot of these witnesses could possibly be just looking for the reward. Miss Barbara, thank you so much for being here. It's a very interesting case. Okay, if you've never experienced a P38, it's a military can opener. And if you don't know how to use a P38, you're not going to get that can open. I'll give a damn who you are. I was married. Minnie's dad was an Army Ranger. That is the only reason I know how to use a P38. So just in case, if for context purposes, if people are like, what the hell is a P38? It's a little piece of metal little flat piece of metal, and then there's a flap that comes off of it, and it's got a hook on it. And you got to get that sucker just right on top of the can, and you got to work it. You got to work it, girl, work it. All right.
Clothing, playing cards, and notebooks laying around on the floor. There was evidence that a candle had been lit. However, there was no evidence that any attempt had been made to light any kind of fire. Also located in the trailer was a pair of low-quarter black canvas tennis shoes. The shoes were not Wires, who was wearing suede leather shoes when he disappeared. The black tennis shoes did match the description of those worn by Gary Mathias, whose parents would later confirm them to be his. Later, all of the buildings nearby were examined, and it was determined that a trailer directly parallel to the one with Wires' remains had been ransacked. However, Forestry Service personnel were unable to say if anything was missing or if anything had been moved from one trailer to the other. Another structure on the property had also been broken into. The Forestry Service personnel determined that several blankets and 3 cases of sea rations were missing and were consistent with the 31 empty cans found in and around the trailer housing Wires' body. I will point out that there is variation in the reported amount of cans found. The sheriff's report leads me to believe 31, but some newspapers state 36, and at least one newspaper states that 72 cans were found, of which most had been opened but not all. Acknowledging the possible uncertainty here, I'm going to go with 31 cans indicated in the report. It was also discovered that several cases of dehydrated food in this structure had been overlooked, perhaps because the men had failed to search the locker the food was being stored in. One other structure of the property had been entered by someone using a pry bar to break the padlock, but there was no evidence that any of its contents had been removed. This was unusual because the structure held gasoline, oil heaters, and oil. Outside, there was also a large butane tank that provided the trailer with heat and light when turned on, though at the time it was likely obscured by snow. Still, resources were there to keep the men good and warm for quite some time.
Exactly.
Later, searchers would find 4 blankets and a flashlight approximately half a mile to the northeast of the site, along the side of the road.
I want to address this comment. So Anna says Wire may have gotten frostbite on the way to the trailer. None of these men had adequate clothing for the conditions, street shoes, and light jackets. And even one of the moms had mentioned, and doing research, reading articles and different things, and just from core memory, that she had told him to put a jacket on, and he was like, no, we're just going to go to the game and then we'll be home. So they weren't geared up for going up into the mountains, into the snow, as Kimber has reiterated for us many times. The elevation.
Yes, they were strictly dressed to go to this game and come back home.
Yep.
They weren't dressed for snow skiing or going 4,000 miles up into 4,000 feet up into the mountains. They weren't dressed for it. They were dressed to go to this game, go home.
And go home. Right. Anna says she figured out a P38 can opener after seeing someone else do it. It's more like sawing and cutting. It leaves a jagged edge. It works best back and forth. Exactly. That's what I was saying. You gotta move it to get one. They're a pain in the ass, but if it's all you've got, you're definitely grateful that MRE, or what he's calling a C ration, had a damn P38 in it. Or if you go to an army surplus and you're a survivor type person, they're usually like 50 cents for a P38. Get you one of them bad boys and watch a YouTube video. I know there's one out there because YouTube is good for that. And find you a... Right, definitely not prepared to be there. Not a premeditated situation, absolutely. There was fuel, available gas, stove, furnace, which was not used. Seemed like they had stayed there without heat and late, but that's hard to believe. Exactly. And we also, if researching the case, there was firewood that was untouched.
Yeah, and they just told us, that there was butane there, which I hadn't seen that in the articles. I don't know if you had either, Mom, that provided the trailer with light.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they just
Wisdom
said
says her dad was military. I know about a P38. See, some of us have got some experiences with a P38. Funny thing about a P38 is the only 1 out of 31 found the scene were opened with it. So that makes you wonder, Eduardo, what did they use to open the other cans? Because let me tell you what, it ain't fun. You got to have a hammer, a screwdriver, and faith to get a damn
And see,
can open.
that's what I thought, Eduardo, because they're talking about all these cans, and if they say that,
oh my God, Hardy, thank you.
They're saying that they starved to death. So, but one out of the 31 cans was found on scene, were found open with it, and they're saying there was 31 to 38 cans. But I know they didn't eat that much because they said that there was only one can, that they starved to death. So if all of those cans were opened,
how did they starve?
Right.
There was a whole shed of rations. We're not talking about a couple of bags of chips and some juice boxes.
No,
we're talking about enough food to keep them alive for, wasn't it a year, Kimber?
Yeah, that's what it said in that one article that I read. But now I wonder if, and here's another thing to consider, if they were disoriented from the cold too, didn't think about it, or like it said, they thought, they broke into the trailer if they thought they would get in trouble too.
Exactly. And like Anna just said, their basketball game the next morning was the most important thing of their lives. One more had laid out their uniforms for the next day. So these guys were planning on going home. The boys were not planning on being in the California mountains.
No,
it's
they
just
weren't.
not going to happen. Dago says you can grind the top of a can down and the lid will fall off. Exactly. But you have to think, Dago, these boys were known to be what we know now as having autism or on the spectrum in one way, form, or fashion.
Right.
Would they have known to do that? And yes, thank you, Matahari, for the updates. I appreciate you. On stone and concrete. Eduardo says the church is an old-fashioned can opener, plain with pain in the ass to open a can with it. Why just can open with a P38? Exactly. And a P38 is not easy to break either. So I mean, I wouldn't think that the hinge had fell off of it. It had been being withheld. Sunday, did I miss a comment up there? I may have. I apologize if I did. The code will keep you from making decisions and can cause confusion. Exactly. But again, if they first got there and there was a fire, if there'd been a candle lit, they had means of striking a lighter. There was fire. Why not get the firewood?
See,
you see what
Anna,
I'm saying?
And Anna, that's what I've said all along about the shoes. That's what I was telling Mom, because Wire's shoes were missing, that his shoes were probably because Matthias had on tennis shoes, and I said that Wire's shoes, because they just said it, and that's what I thought, that his shoes were suede leather, so they were better for the cold than Matthias's shoes were. So he took Wire's shoes instead of, because those shoes were better for the cold. But I do
Phil
believe
says,
that
doesn't it seem odd that none of the locals would have been known of this shed or trailer investigated sooner or regularly? They did have a search, Phil, but the weather was so bad that they had called it off.
Yeah, they got a lot of snow. They could not even get like the track things through it.
That's a good point. Anna says, I've asked if anyone had a bet on the upcoming basketball game by delaying the 5. Their team didn't play that next day. Were they lured or threatened? Nobody knows. That's a good point. I love the think tanks. Y'all are coming in hot. Loving it.
But now, Anna, this game was supposed to be...
Don't be sorry. That's why we're doing this, Dago. Come on now.
This game was supposed to be like whoever won this game was supposed to get a weekend, a trip to Los Angeles. It was a big game, and the winner of the game was supposed to get a trip to Los Angeles. So it was a
and it
huge
says
game, and they were. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right. The open cans, and that's what Kimber was saying, is that we wonder if I don't wonder, I mean, I can highly speculate that it's a pretty good possibility he stayed there with his friend. Yep.
And I do believe that he did. I don't, I know there's a lot of speculation that Matthias may have had something to do with it, but I don't think that he would have hurt the other four. I really don't. I just don't believe it. I think he was a protector of them, and I don't I don't believe that he would have hurt the other four.
The game was a season playoff or something. Their team was the Gateway Gators. Gateway was the name of the shelter workshop that helped the mentally challenged. Exactly. And it was being sponsored. I guess sponsored is the best word, by the Special Olympics, which is an amazing group. If you feel the need to donate to something, missing children, search groups, the Special Olympics. Matthias was older than the rest. Some reports claim that he taught the other four how to play the game, that he was their coach. That's very interesting. Sounds like these things could have been helping them personally. Also, right, absolutely. That's what makes this case interesting. They had provisions but barely used them. They had just no reason to die. They had everything at their disposal to get out. I don't get it either, Matahari. It's like mind-boggling, and that's why, me and Kimber at night when we're not YouTubing and we sit on the phone and we talk about cases, and I don't even remember why I brought this up. I don't even know what the hell we were talking about. And I was like, Kimber, have you heard of the Yuba Five? It's just like, I got Kimber hooked on Taylor Shabusiness. We're going to do her case one day. We're going to see Kimber all kinds of tore up. She loves Taylor Shabusiness.
I do love Taylor Shabusiness. Phil, you have to remember, okay, so he suffered frostbite, but now you have to remember this trailer that they were at, the Forest Service trailer. He probably suffered frostbite on the way to the trailer because that trailer was several miles from where the car was found.
Yep. Yeah, they walked to the trailer. Like they trekked a good distance to get there. Absolutely.
Yes.
Someone had to run a snowcat through the area, shovel off the trailer roof so it didn't collapse from the snow. Wondered if the men followed the cat tracks. See, and that's very possible, Anna. Very possible. It indicates that he was in no physical shape to do more than breathe. Exactly. Dago, what Dago? Do you know you love you some crazy Tay-Tay? I'd forgotten the prize-winning team, a trip to Disneyland. By the time he came across the provision, he could have already been losing toes. Exactly. But we know at least out of the 5, 2 of them were there.
Yes. And they said it is possible that at one time, remember they said it possible one time that they thought all 5 of them may have been in the trailer.
Yep. And thank you, Phil, for being here. And I always love your input. Thank you so much. Dago. What the hell no? He said, hell to the no, no, no. I should get that clip and put it on here so we can use that one. But, y'all know y'all love you some Tay-Tay. Because normal people don't do the kind of shit that she does. Who do we know? Who do we know that does some Taylor Shabusiness business?
Let's see, I don't know. Let me think. Let me knock on Mr. Noggin. Who could trick us into doing that? Could have been Satan.
Just saying. There were some weird things happening at the Gateway Center, including a director answering his door, getting splashed with gasoline and set on fire. Fatal loss. Oh, shit.
Wow.
Oh shit. Anna coming in hot with the factos. Here's my email. If you have I think that'll drop it. It may not. I may have commanded the wrong thing.
Is the Gateway
I probably
Center where
did.
they were, Anna, is the Gateway Center where they were going to play the basketball game? Is that where they were going to play the basketball game? No, it wasn't bad, Phil. It wasn't bad
Yeah.
where they were, Phil. They were dressed for the weather down there, but somehow, for some reason, they went, and no one knows
Second.
why. They went 4,000 feet up into the Sierra Mountains instead of going home.
The Gateway Center was their home court. That's where they played. With
Yeah,
the,
see
the place that helped them, not the other
okay.
one. That
See
was
the
in Chico, where they
See
went
the-
to the game.
Yeah, they went to the game in Chico, and it was, it was, I guess, like in the 50s or something, and they were dressed, just normal, and the trailer was like 18 miles from the car. So
Right on the road, the trailer was a ridiculous distance from the car, like 18 miles exactly. Anna, thank you so much. Closer through the woods, which seems likely. And Phil, they lived in Yuba City, drove to Chico to go to the basketball game, and then we're not sure why, and that's why we're here tonight. They went up into the mountains instead of going home, which would have been south of where he's on a different map, but I'll pull the map back up in just a second and show you guys. It's on the 2 or 3 group froze to death. It's unknown if 2 or 3 of the group froze to death on their way to the trailer. That's possible too.
Eduardo said they did not get lost.
Sorry, y'all. I was getting harassed for cigarettes. She sure is something's idolizing Jeffrey Dahmer, depending on be nuts. She's a psycho, but she's a controller herself. Oh, Tay Tay. Didn't Sailor So Business have a human head in a bucket? Yes, she did. And the guy's mom found his head in the bucket. She's a whole ass crazy.
And a leg in a crock pot box.
She's a whole ass crazy. But that's a story. Like I'm gonna try to do 8:30 lives for a while, get the channel back out there so people know that I'm still around, and get some of these cases that I have on the back burner that I said I was going to cover. I have a lot of family interviews that I need to set up, and some that I have already had contact with, so I'm trying to get back in my groove. We're going to stay in my groove. You've been in touch with the author, Drew Beeson. That is awesome. And that is awesome. I'd love to pick his brain. Yes. His head and his member. They were going to play the game, I think, in Sacramento. They did not get lost yet. I don't think so either. Eduardo. This sounds kind of dumb, but maybe they wanted to see the snow. I don't know. Well, see, Mittens, I could go for that, except these were not outdoorsy kind of guys. They were not outdoorsy kind of guys. They were very family dependent. They needed their families. I don't think they would have just went on a joyride instead of going home. Monohario, that's one part too many. Is your night bot a boy bot? I think he's into me. He keeps following me around, starting creepy pattern. Oh my God, Phil. Nightbot is here to be helpful. See, like, thank you for all being here. Love and justice. Love you too, Paula. Thank you so much for being here. And I heard about Tay Tay long before it became public. It still blows my mind. When this live show ends, check out the author Drew Beeson's program on this case. I'm a writer and have had contact with him. I highly respect him. Well, Anna, thank you so much for being here. I'm honored to have you in the chat tonight, and thank you for all your input and all the great information that you have put in tonight. I love that. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'd really appreciate you being here.
I said hi to Nightbot one time, and he didn't answer back, so I decided he was rude and quit talking to him.
Do I need to set the Nightbot where we drop Kimber and it says, hi, Kimber?
Yeah, because I said hi to him.
And
long
I have
time ago,
another
and he didn't
author
speak
that
back.
comes in chat as well. And if you don't mind me asking what type of books that you do write, Crime Curious is a good friend of mine, and she writes crime stories, and I love her dearly. And she's probably at work or in the bushes, but she comes in as well. She's amazing. So you didn't know that, Mittens. Thank you so much. I know you were kind of late getting here, and we ran a lot of the story and read a lot of the information. And then we had the breaking news with the accident in the Potomac with the chopper in the plane, and it's kind of been a crazy night. Congrats, Phil, on your new relationship. Mondahari, I barely read on the case, mostly wondering about her name. A little bit of information was enough information. Oh, yeah, I see that he's trying to help himself. What the hell, Phil? Timmy's Legacy made an announcement. I have no idea what it is. What? I don't know what kind of announcement was it. Was it this? This is the National Human Trafficking Hotline. It's just a lot of really good information that it drops. And then this is my website. I actually worked really hard on this website, so definitely check that out. Bookmark it, save it. It's got some good information. Go with it, Phil. You never know. Oh, Lord. A close friend's son who was best friends with Taylor's brother, so she had all the deets. Yeah, y'all is full of deets when it comes to Miss Shabusiness. So this is what else Nightbot does just while we're at it. So we'll Dago, and it's going to drop Dago's channel link because Dago True Crime Cafe with Dago is actually a creator as well. So he'll actually do that as well. It says I have trouble. I've got trouble connecting. Drew Benson is very easy to contact. He has several videos on this case. Family members may have been in the chats. Author Tony Wright has also been on Drew's channel. Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I always leave my live chats up as well. So I may try to contact him because that would be really cool. How cool would that be to get him on panel and pick his brain? Because even though we don't have memberships over here, everybody has these cool little names for their community, like Egos or Meatballs, and you've got Nonsense with the Islanders. Over here, we're Brain Pickers. Mind of Monsters.
Yeah,
we're the Brain Pickers. The Brain Pickers. Hi, Taylor. Thank you so much for being here. I was trying to think of something else cool that it does. Oh, it does this. Fox Reform. So this is Arctic Fox's petition to get the Amber Alert system reformed because it's crap. I'm a journalist, mostly newspapers when I'm actually working. Now I mostly write lots of comments online. I checked out True Crime Story and decided I didn't want to interview the suspect. Oh, wow. I love that. And if you're in Discord, I dropped the Discord link earlier. Please join us in Discord. My email, Nightbot should have dropped it by now. You can email me anytime you want to come up on panel and josh it out. You're more than welcome to come up on panel. I would love that. We'll brain pick you too. Exactly, Dago. It's better than a nose picker. Thank you so much, Miss Barbara. Barbara is amazing. If you guys are not subbed up to Barbara's channel, Barbara is mother of Timmy D. She's looking for justice for Timmy and justice for any other families that she can help. She's an amazing advocate, an awesome woman, and I'm honored to know her
We
and to
love
been
Miss
knowing
Barbara.
her for the years that I've been able to know her, and I love Miss Barbara. Malari says she wouldn't either. You forgot about me being live? Woman. Well, you can always replay, crew. You know who else had a head in a bucket? Remember that guy that did a 20-minute YouTube video telling his mom's life was a mess, holding up his dad's head? I do, Phil. I do. And you know that video stayed up for like 2 hours before YouTube was like, oh, there's a video of a guy's head in a salad bowl. Maybe we should take that down. Okay. So we're going to run this through. It's just a few more minutes. Guys, again, thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you.
Yes, we do.
It was determined they were forestry property and had been removed from the site. The 31 open metal ration cans and other miscellaneous items were submitted for fingerprint testing, while Wyer's body was removed from the forestry camp and sent in for autopsy. The search for the other men was then renewed in the Granite Basin area. The reason why this area was not previously searched appears to come down to a miscommunication of some sort. The Forestry Service claimed that they had told the sheriff's office of the trailers in the area, while the sheriffs denied any knowledge of the trailers existing. The families would later pen an open letter in the papers, stating that the Butte County Sheriff's Office actually refused Forest Rangers' offer to go to the trailer camp in March to check if the boys were there. It's true, there is quite a bit of blame to place on the Butte County Sheriffs for negligence during the search.
So that answered one of our questions, why they didn't go up to the trailer to search. Apparently, once again, as we've seen, enforcement dropped the ball.
Yeah.
On June 6th, 2 days after finding the body of Ted Wyer, a search dog discovered the remains of Jack Madruga and Bill Sterling on one of the back roads about 6.8 miles from the Forestry Service fire camp. The deputy first found the badly decomposed body of Madruga on the northeast side of the roadway. He was able to tentatively make an identification based on the clothing and personal items that he had found. Sterling's remains were then found directly across the roadway on the southwest side. Decomposition and animal predation damage was extensive, and various bones were found over a 50-square-yard area. Again, the deputy was able to make a tentative ID using the clothing and personal effects found at the scene. Positive identification of both men was made through use of dental records. The remains of Jack Hewitt would be found the next day by his father, who was participating in the search. He would only find bone.
Okay, so this little clip right here is the reason why, if you were in here earlier, you got to see Mom have a partial meltdown.
Clothing and personal items like a bracelet with the name Jack on it. Hewitt's remains were found 1.7 miles southeast along the road from the forestry camp. His skull would be found 3 days later by a member of the sheriff's office about 100 yards below the location of the initial discovery. Using the skull, authorities were able to confirm the remains were Hewitt's using dental records. Now, with 4 of the 5 men's remains have been found, searchers focused their efforts on finding Matthias, but no evidence of him was found. The search was officially called off on June 19th, pending any further developments in the case. Let's briefly touch on the autopsy results for all 4 men. Since the remains of Madruga, Sterling, and Hewitt were found in a state of advanced decomposition, it would be difficult to be 100% certain of cause of death. Yet, given the available information, all 3 men's death certificates state that they died of hypothermia and exposure. The only exception was Ted Wyer. Initially, the pathologist Dr. Liptrap was uncertain about Wyer's time of death due to the cold conditions. He was then apparently shocked to discover from detectives that Wyer had been clean-shaven when he had went missing, and was later found with a full beard. This forced him to have to completely reevaluate the estimated time of death. He believed that Wyer could have been alive over 2 months. In his notes, he estimated that Wyer had been dead at least 3 or 4 weeks. Wyer had been missing for 100 days by the time he was found. His official cause of death was listed as exposure and pulmonary congestion or edema, which is a buildup of fluid in the lungs.
So in layman's terms, I'm assuming that's like pneumonia?
Yes.
I think it is important to discuss the locations of the bodies of the 4 men in relation to the vehicle, as there is a lot of inaccurate information out there about this topic. The following locations are based on labeled maps created by the searchers who discovered the remains. Madruga and Sterling's bodies were found about 6.8 miles down the road from the fire camp. Hewitt's remains were 1.7 miles southeast of the fire camp trailer and along the roadside. According to most sources you will find, Ted Wyer's body was found 19.4 miles from the location where the vehicle was found. Initially, this number can seem rather confusing, but it is, for the most part, accurate, and also based on an assumption. The idea is that, given the locations of the bodies of Madruga, Sterling, and Hewitt, the 5 men must have taken the longest possible route in order to get to the fire camp. During their walk from the Montego, Madruga and Sterling would have fallen first after walking at least 11.5 miles, followed by Hewitt 5 miles later, with Matthias and Wyer actually making it to the trailer. If the men followed this route, they would have walked very close to the 19.4 miles often cited. Google calculates the distance somewhere in the vicinity of 18.4 miles, but still a significant undertaking in the deep snow. The stretch of road they were found on has been described as a paved logging road in the remote country. Again, this estimate is based on the assumption that the men found along the road died on the way to the trailer. There does remain a possibility that the routes the men took to or even from the trailer are different. The shortest route they could have possibly taken from the car to the fire camp would have been about 10 miles. There is still ample reason to assume that the men did take the long path, however. A snowcat had been up to the forestry fire camp on February 23rd, the day before the boys went missing. In its wake, it left a path of packed snow that would have been an obvious route of travel amongst the 4 to 6 foot snowdrifts in the area. What exact route the snowcat took is uncertain. Additionally, the men were not dressed for the weather they encountered, nor did most of the men do well in the snow and cold. The parents of some of the men confirmed that they hated the snow and would avoid it if possible. The journey from the car to the fire camp, if made on foot, would no doubt have been an arduous one. The snow would have only slowed them down, and if one man lagged behind, it would slow their pace even more. The fact that Bill Sterling and Jack Madruga were found together makes sense, as the two were known to be inseparable, and if one of them stopped at some point to rest, the other would have likely not left him behind. The cold would in turn take them both. The remaining 3 would continue on until Hewitt had to stop. I think it likely that Hewitt died before reaching the trailer. The amount of food that was known to have been consumed at the trailer would not have sustained 3 men for any extended period of time. It seems likely that the 2 who made it to the fire camp were Wyer and Matthias, given that Matthias's shoes were found inside the trailer. It has been speculated that Matthias removed his own shoes and instead put on Wyer's, which would have been more comfortable if Matthias's feet were swollen from frostbite. Wyer at the time would have been completely incapable of doing almost anything given the state of his feet, and somebody would have had to take care of him if he were to survive for months in the trailer. The food that they did discover was insufficient for even 2 men, and the duo likely spent much of their time starving in isolation. Someone would have had to have been in the trailer with Wyer up until the end, as evidenced by the fact that Wyer's body was covered in the sheets the way it was. It appears that after Wyer's death, Matthias left the trailer and headed out on his own in search of rescue. Whether or not Matthias made use of any Forestry Service clothing before he left is unknown, since his body was never found. The only possible clue to his whereabouts being the flashlight and blankets found by the roadside not far from the trailer. This is, for the most part, the end of the timeline for this incident. Part 2 of this video will focus on analysis and theories related to this event, so please check out Part 2, and as always, thanks for watching.
This link will also be in the description. This is the Missing Enigma. Amazing, awesome coverage. Great research. I greatly appreciate being able to find a credible YouTube channel that did the damn thing, pulled it together, and we were able to review this video tonight. I'm not a commentary channel. I normally don't use other people's content, but just the well put together was better than anything that I could have put together. Because I'll be honest, guys, I haven't edited a video in probably a year. So that's why we went with his content. Taylor says she was busy cleaning and listening to the YouTube drama. Oh, you guys know what happens when drama is brought up in the chat. We insert the drama llama. The drama llama. Matahari says she's glad she missed that YouTube video. Matahari, I followed the case for years. I actually met family members this year, but there's a suspect. I live alone and I'm happy with my life as it is. I totally understand that and I respect that. I respect that 110%. Miss Barbara, you're always amazing. I missed that. They go, wait, stop at what? He said, stop, Mom. I have Discord, but I haven't really used it. Well, you're welcome to join our Discord. It's further up in the chat. I can drop it again if you want to join it. My Discord's run by my son, and we keep it clean and respectful in there. Don't allow no craziness. Dago, you're going to have to tell me where you wanted me to stop at, honey. I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking at the chat. Those cans had key openers. Oh, that was, if he's still in here, correct me, Eduardo, but that key was a church key on top of the can. Oh, Lord, y'all, am I going to be able to find it? Was it right here?
Yeah, I saw those church keys on top of those cans.
Right here, Dago? Well, hell, I guess if I share the screen, you'd probably be able to see what I'm stopping at.
Yeah, I was
since
like,
I did
what?
horribly. You talking about this right here?
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that would have been what's called a church key. Old cans come with those, and even now, if you get like sardines, they have those type of cans on them.
Ew.
Let me know in chat if that's not what you wanted to see.
I mean, ew, sardines.
Sometimes you haven't been in common writing and commentary. Love it. I consider Barbara at Timmy's Legacy to be one of my friends. She lives in Missouri. I live in Idaho, but we've talked on the phone. Well, thank you, Anna, for being here. I love Miss Barbara. She's amazing. Miss Barbara's a rock star. Not every can had openers. The opener was provided with every carton of rations. Did he dip on us?
I
Nope,
do
he's
still
still
have
here.
2 pounds of bacon mittens. And that's another thing too, Mom. He probably, Wire probably had sepsis too from all the infection. From, you know, from the gangrene, because they said he had gangrene from the frostbite, you know, and all of that. So he probably had sepsis as well. So he was not in good shape. He was a very sick man.
Yeah. This is a medical disclaimer. I'm by no means a doctor. I'm an investigator.
Medical. Yes, we're investigators, but that's in my opinion. He probably. That's why I said probably had sepsis. We're not. I'm not a medical professional, in no shape, form, or fashion.
Investigator.
That is just my guess that I would imagine he had sepsis.
Mm-hmm. We are not doctors, physicians, or investigators. We are
investigators.
You meant pneumonia. You're good. It's a fun word. Ted pneumonia. Okay, thank you, Eduardo. That's what I was thinking. A question is 2 or 3 different men died on the way to the trailer. Drew Beeson tends to believe they were all taken to the trailer in some sort of a vehicle. Hard to get 5 men on a snowcat. That is a good theory. Very mysterious case. Mitten, you should go back to the beginning. We had some really good information. We have Anna, who's done extensive research with Eduardo in here. The chat in general put in some great ideas. Ted had eventually died of pneumonia, pulmonary edema, but most likely would have had septic shock as well from frozen toes. Exactly. Blood poison. Yeah, we call it sepsis. Or what's the other thing that they call it? MRSA. The way articles are written, it sounds like some of Weiner's frozen toes had dropped off where not there. Did a competition try to care for, right? Absolutely. Absolutely fascinating. Anna, curious what path brought you to such an unusual career destination, significantly gesture for humanity, and your legacy remarkable to be sure. Absolutely. And I appreciate you being here. Kind of reminds me of Donner Pass. So this happened on the other side of the mountain.
Eduardo said Forest Service city rations included one P38 can opener with every cart and 21 cans. No opener whatsoever was found on scene.
Oh, wow.
Eduardo is still with us.
Thank you, Eduardo. Hey. Subdy did a great job. Thank you guys so much. Definitely go here and sub up to this channel. He is by no means struggling. He's got 286,000. He deserves every damn one of them. And you guys see, when I shared the video, I hit the like button because that's what you should do. You should hit the damn like button. Shame, Taylor.
Send me his link in Discord, Mom. The link to that channel.
It's in the Yuba 5. It's in the Yuba 5 Discord tab.
All right.
I got all fancy with it.
We still have that tab for the time being. Minnie hasn't got in there yet.
Well, he won't take it. What he'll do is move it, and he'll be like, "Mother, how many times have I told you? Stop messing with the Discord." No, you're not kicked, Taylor. No, you're not ticked. I have little clippets for all kinds of stuff. Like, you know, if I was going to go and smoke a cigarette, I could put that on screen, but it's much easier just to do this, and that way I can still be here with y'all. I can be here with y'all. And then, you know, sometimes we do map time. And then if somebody comes in, or we're just strictly talking about somebody that's trolls will be eaten. What do you say? Oh, good Lord. Oh, my cat, when he heard that. Thank you, Mom and Kimber, so much on a lot and entertaining evening. Hearts, roses, hugs, both to you. Thank you, Phil, for being here. You're a rock star.
Thank you, Phil.
How did the men in the trailer get enough fluid to stay through the week? No fire, couldn't melt snow, eating snow, practically hydrating. Ted was probably already badly frozen. Exactly. Eduardo told you. Well, thank you, Eduardo. We appreciate you being here. 1 key per case. Sweet. Love it when we have the chat interact, and that's why we're here, because otherwise I'd be some crazy old lady sitting up here on the panel talking to myself, or me and Kimber talking back and forth, struggling to get a video that's got audio on it. Good Lord, man, Discord.
We had some good interaction with this, though.
I really enjoyed this. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well, as much as we did. It's a very intriguing case. It's a great case, and I'm going to drop part 2. And I'll also, like I said, I'll make sure all these links are in the chat as well. But I want to drop part 2 in the chat. It's a lot of like this of theories and different things. And we kind of read over the theories in the articles. It is a weeknight, and I don't want to keep you guys forever, as much as I could be up here till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I could be up here till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning too, talking about this case. Seriously.
Bottle of can opener. We called a bottle can opener and won a church key. Oh. Spam canned ham. Sardines come with those keys. Insert the metal tab, roll back, and the lid by cooling it around the key. Perfect. Investigators mittens. Septus. The Florida Services sea rations included only one P38 can opener per carton, 21 cans. No can opener whatsoever was found on the scene. Okay, so I'm way far back in chat here.
Eduardo,
Dago says that's interesting.
Eduardo, how many open cans were actually found? Was there only one open can found?
Almost died from such hallucinations. It's my ass off for a minute. Oh, wow. That's terrible. You were joking.
My brother had 31 open cans were reported.
A blanket and some other items were found a distance from the trailer. Maybe Mathis was trying to walk in the direction where his car was left exactly and still hasn't found. Hey, I know her. You know who? Who do you know? Whose bushes are you lurking in, sir? My cat's ears twitch with that one. I'm sorry, love. The struggle is certainly real. Sorry you suffer. Hope you're not battling all this one. On behalf of those married to the fray, thank you for 30 years. Thank you, Phil. You're always amazing. Taylor says, laughing my ass off. All I see when I see a jackass is BHB. What a cute ass. Peggy, isn't that a cute ass? You know, everybody needs a little bit of ass in their life, especially when it's a cute laughing ass.
Exactly.
I have a jackass, but, you know, life isn't perfect.
My
Thank you girls for spreading the word about this case. Eduardo, thank you for being here. I'm honored to have you here tonight. Thank you so much for being here.
Are we going to do
And
a
I hope
part
you
two?
enjoyed the show.
Are we going to do a part two on this?
Are you good to do part two? It's 36 minutes long.
What do y'all think, chat? Should we do a part two?
I'm Eastern time, so it's midnight here.
I mean, if you want to do part two, we can. It's up to you. If we can do it later. If you don't want to do it tonight.
Gray Hughes and Nancy Grace are in here. It was great. Is that your Tony the Tiger? It's up to you, ma'am. I'm wide awake. It's up to you in chat.
I'm wide awake. I'm fine. Do y'all want to go into part two?
We definitely can. Like I said, it's 36 minutes long.
Chat, what do y'all want to do?
I got a beta blocker and a whole new life. Well, Anna, I'm glad you're good, honey. Yes, definitely send lots of love, prayers, and positive vibes to Anna. Well, my kids is dose. Well, mine kid does not have a school. Teachers dropping out sick with the flu. Ugh.
Night, Dago.
Eduardo's 31 cans were open.
Matahari wants to go for part two. Miss Barbara, it looks like, wants to go for part two.
Sweet.
Eduardo does.
Sweet. Well, we will hang out and do part two then, because this case is, you know, it's very intriguing, and I love talking about this case. I mean, like I said, it's a cold case. It's a missing case. It's right down my alley. Guys, read the description on the channel. Cold case, missing, murdered, injustice, paranormal. The man.
Peggy does. Phil does. So yeah, let's do it.
You never know what you'll see over the jackass.
I took that little nap, you know, so.
Oh, you did take a nap.
Yeah, you forgot.
I think that's what potato means. Yes, much appreciated. Absolutely, Eduardo and Anna as well. Thank you so much. And again, thank you, chat, for being here. I'm going sleepy time. I'm burnt. Sorry, ladies. Well, good night, Dago.
Good night, Dago.
Good night, sir. Good night. Please and thank you. At your service. Perfect. I'm only 36 minutes. I can do that. Bill says they will be here. Described it earlier, kind of opposite. The mountains where the Donner Party was trapped is exactly the Donners were headed to Sacramento. This case was west of there. Exactly. And that's what's so intriguing about this case is, you know, and even the Donner Party, that's another one that's like, that's another one that makes no damn sense at all to me.
Oh, we could go back to the 1800s and do one on the Donner Party.
I would really enjoy that. I would really enjoy that. It's 10:04 in Idaho. Oh, we're still good.
Yeah, I would like to go back and do one on the Donna party.
So we got the Donna party, Taylor Shabusiness.
Yeah.
We'll just get a bunch of stuff going.
Yeah.
We'll get you guys some good convos. Let's see, is this number 2? This is part 2. So we're going to start the screen share. Pop off my camera. Oh. Hell, I made it little. Did y'all see that? Operator error. And you guys can still see the creators down here. Full credit to the Missing Enigma.
Okay, Matahari.
Hopefully, if you're watching this video, you've already seen part 1 of this little series. If you have not, you probably should, or this video will not make much sense. I'll include a link to part 1 in the description of this video. Since part 1 was mostly about covering the facts, witness testimony, and timeline related to the disappearance of the Yuba County Five, this video will cover analysis of certain individuals involved and also theories related to the incident. Because of this, there will also be quite a bit of speculation. Gary Mathias sometimes gets looked at or even blamed as being a possible cause for the whole tragedy that befell the 5 men, mostly because of his past criminal behavior and his schizophrenia. Some people have theorized that this was some wicked plan concocted by Mathias for unknown reasons. But Mathias had been behaving well for 2 years leading up to the incident and was known to his doctors as a model patient. He reportedly always showed up to his appointments and took his meds accordingly. Because of this, his schizophrenia likely played no part in the initial disappearance of the men. Mathias took medication twice a day, administered by his stepfather to ensure he was consistent. His doctor would tell detectives that Mathias could go as long as a month without taking the medication before causing any severe change to his personality. Mathias' stepfather was less certain, saying that if Gary didn't have his medication for 2 weeks, then he would start talking to himself. Regardless, if Mathias' mental illness played a part in this incident, it was more likely in the late stages as he sheltered in the trailer with Ted Wire. I think it is most likely that it was only Mathias and Wire in the trailer, and the evidence on hand supports that. It has been speculated that perhaps Hewitt had made it to the trailer as well, and that he eventually ran off on his own shortly after Wire died. But I think that unlikely. Hewitt was a follower, not someone likely to leave and go off on their own. He also was found less than 2 miles away from the trailer. I think it makes more sense that he died after walking a long distance from the car rather than the relatively short distance from the trailer. You would also have to consider that if Hewitt made it to the trailer, he was probably not in much better shape than Wire, meaning he would be unlikely to leave again with frostbitten feet. Other theories I've seen suggest that Hewitt, Wire, and Mathias made it to the trailer, but Mathias stayed only briefly before leaving Hewitt and Wire there alone. I think this is also very unlikely. By the time Mathias made it to the trailer, he was probably exhausted on a level most people couldn't even imagine. I find it extremely doubtful that he would leave as soon as he acquired food and shelter. Mathias was likely already suffering from hypothermia and frostbite, but his history has shown he had an ability to endure that is not evidenced in any of the other men. In addition, this theory proposes that it would then be Hewitt who stayed and took care of Wire as he died, and subsequently covered him up with sheets. Keep in mind that Wire was actually the one who usually took care of Hewitt, and Hewitt's own father said he was the most handicapped of the group. The idea that Hewitt took care of Wire for perhaps a couple months while also suffering from severe frostbite seems unlikely. Again, I think it makes more sense that Hewitt made it quite far when walking with Mathias and Wire, but eventually the cold and frostbite forced him to stop a couple miles from the trailer. Another point I often see brought up is the apparent strangeness surrounding the fact that Matthias never made a fire to keep warm while in the trailer. But I'm not certain this is really that unusual. We know Matthias had some matches, and probably a lighter as well, since he was the only one of the 5 who smoked. So it seems he had the means to do it. But what did he really have to burn? We know some books and notebooks were found nearby, but they wouldn't have lasted long. All the wood and sticks outside would be wet or frozen and impossible to light. What did he really have? I found one obscure newspaper that mentioned there might have been dry firewood, but this wasn't even mentioned in the sheriff's report. But let's assume that's true. Where then would he make a fire? Likely not outside in the snow, so was there somewhere in the trailer for him to build a fire? This is a question I can't seem to find a clear answer to. All information I've seen suggests that the heating system for the trailer relied on butane gas, and there's no mention of it having a hearth. I've never actually seen a contemporary source that states the trailer had any sort of fireplace. The Yuba Sheriff's report states that there was no indication that any attempt had been made to start a fire, and newspapers at the time usually state similar things. Perhaps such statements are meant to be an indication that a fireplace existed in the trailer, and I'm simply overthinking it. But if there was one, it would have been helpful for any source to say that there was no evidence the fireplace had been used. Adding to all of this, Wire was apparently deathly afraid of fire following the incident where his house was burning down, so his parents had impressed upon him the dangers of fire. Because of all these questions, I'm unsure that making a fire was ever very feasible. What does seem odd is that nobody made use of the resources available in the structure that housed the heaters, gasoline, and oil. Although specifics on these items are lacking in the sheriff's report, like what kind of heaters were in the structure, and were they easy to identify and use? Why did they not take advantage of these items? Since we know very little about what the interior of the structure looked like, the answers are not forthcoming. It does appear that Matthias broke into all the nearby structures and did a cursory search for supplies he thought would be useful. He was likely already exhausted and frostbitten, perhaps causing him to not notice the additional things that could have helped them. It appears to me that both Matthias and Wire ate the canned food, with Matthias tossing his finished cans out of the broken window. One minor detail I need to correct from the first video is in relation to the mechanism with which the cans were opened. All of the cans found, except for one, had been opened with a church key style can opener, with one single can having been opened using a P38. The two openers work differently, with the church key being more commercially available to the average civilian, while P38 style can openers were used by the Army at the time. Matthias's experience in the Army and as a civilian would likely mean he had experience with both church key and P38 type openers. It's unknown how long Matthias might have stayed in the trailer, but eventually he decided to leave, venturing forth on frostbitten feet. Of all the men, Matthias is the one who would be most likely to endure the pain of attempting to walk to safety. The question has always been, how far did Matthias get? Some people theorize that since he wasn't found, it might indicate that he survived. I believe it's almost a certainty that he died during this incident. Here's why. When Matthias was unmedicated, he had a proclivity for criminal behavior. He was consistently having contact with police, getting arrested, and committing crimes. The only reason this stopped was due to the medication he was taking. If Matthias had survived this incident, and was somehow eluding discovery all these years, then he would have certainly relapsed back into his old behaviors without his medications. He would have been discovered. There would have simply been no way for him to maintain the calmer demeanor he had developed in the 2 years prior to his disappearance. Since there has been no confirmed sightings of Matthias since this incident, the likelihood that he perished in the mountains is extremely high. Overall, there is also ample evidence showing Matthias was in a trailer with Wire, that he perhaps nursed and fed Wire as best he could, and finally wrapped him in sheets when he passed away. These are not the actions of someone who is trying to harm, but rather someone who actually cared about their friend. This would go against the idea that the incident was in some way orchestrated by Matthias. Finally, there's the blankets and flashlight found to the northeast of the fire camp, which we can't be certain were used by Matthias, but there is a strong possibility. Since they were found by a road, you might think that perhaps Matthias spotted a vehicle, dropped the flashlight and blankets, and was rescued. But at the time, the road was closed due to snow, and even if he was picked up, then why hasn't he been found? I think it is more likely that Matthias, going through the stages of hypothermia, simply stopped holding on to the blankets and flashlight, eventually collapsing somewhere to the northeast. Until Matthias's remains are found, he will likely always be scrutinized, but it appears he was every bit a victim as any of the other men.
Why are you not?
See, I think he was every bit of a victim as the other men, too.
I agree. I don't think that he had a nefarious bone in his body.
I don't either.
Not towards these boys. Not towards the boys.
Mm-mm.
I just don't see it.
When it comes to theories about this case, the red truck often pops up as a subject for scrutiny. A few years prior to the disappearance, Charles Hedrick reported seeing Ted Wire hunting with another man and a child. They were in a cabin they shouldn't have been, and in an area only miles away from where Wire would later be found dead. The trio would be seen leaving in a faded red pickup truck. Fast forward to the night of the disappearance, and Joseph Shones would describe seeing a group of men get into a pickup truck that he would describe as being rust-colored. During that time, he believed there might have been a woman and a child present. 2 days after the disappearance, witnesses would report seeing the 5 men around a country store in Brownsville. They were being transported in a red pickup truck. While all these sightings may have the red pickup truck in common, at least one of them almost assuredly has nothing to do with the others. And that is the sighting in Brownsville. For the sighting in Brownsville to have been legitimate, then that would mean that the 5 men left their vehicle in the mountains on the night of the disappearance, traveled to Brownsville, and at some point went back up to the mountains in order to die in the snow. The Brownsville sighting has additional red flags, like the fact that the key witness claimed to see Jack Hewitt using a payphone. This goes against his known behavior, where his parents claim he hated phones and could not concentrate long enough to use one. Of all the 5 men, Jack Hewitt would be the least likely to be seen using a telephone. If you eliminate the Brownsville sighting, then the 2 you have left are still very noteworthy. Ted Wire being seen with an unidentified man who owned a red truck could have potential to be relevant to the case, but there is no obvious connection between that man, whoever he was, and the night of the disappearance. The rust-colored truck supposedly seen by Joseph Shones is also a bit questionable. He never mentioned it to the folks who gave him a ride home. He did tell his wife, but later told police he might have hallucinated it. Then, in his final interview, he decides that he did see the truck and gave specific details about it. There is simply too much uncertainty in Shones' statements. I believe much of this case hinges on the account of Joseph Shones, a rare type of witness as far as disappearances go, since he was present for the pivotal moment in the incident. His account of events, however, brings up many questions about his credibility. Shones told investigators that he had gone up to check the snow. When interviewed by the LA Times, he told them he had gone up to check on his cabin, but it appears he never owned a cabin up there. Shones lived in Sacramento, and the trailer home in Berry Creek he considered his vacation home. Much has been made of his account of seeing the rust-colored pickup at the scene, and whether or not he did, in fact, see the truck. He said he believed the truck to be a hallucination in his first interview, but during his second, he seemed certain it was real. In the first interview, he also claims that there was anywhere between 2 to 12 people in the area. If you actually take a moment to think about this, it makes no sense. That would mean that there was 1 car on scene, and somehow there could have been up to 12 people? How would they all get there? The first interview is basically sown with uncertainty about every important detail. Maybe there was 2 people. Maybe there was 12. Maybe there was a truck there. Or maybe it was a hallucination. During Shones' final interview with detectives, his story seems to have solidified. He gave a rather detailed description of the truck he claimed to have seen, right down to how it was parked, what color it was, when it turned its headlights on or off, but he does not describe how the truck left. It couldn't have headed further up the road because Bill Neal would be in the area the next day, and in order for him to get around the Montego, he had to dig a path through the snow. So if the truck was there, it must have turned back down the road. But Shones does not mention the truck executing a sluggish multi-point turn as it would have had to do. He simply says the truck left. This is the testimony that was presented in part 1, and is Shones' final story that he told detectives, the definitive version, if you will. but that in no way means it is completely accurate or truthful. Imagine
We're not imagining nothing from you, Bob.
To be very clear, here is a timeline of Schoen's different stories. He told a story about being followed up the mountain to Mr. Robinson and his girlfriend, the folks who gave him a ride home. He then told the story involving the red truck to his wife, Rosenda. Then, during his first interview with authorities, he changed his story a bit, including the removal of the red truck. Finally, during his second interview with authorities, he includes the red truck once more. This timeline does not even include certain statements Schoen's made to the press, which provide even more contradictions to his story. I believe the key moment of Schoen's involvement is actually what happened when he finally got back to the mountain house, where other witnesses were able to observe his behavior. Schoen's statement that he should have done this 2 years ago was overheard by multiple people in the mountain house. Nobody could discern its exact meaning. Afterwards, while being given a ride to his home, Schoen's told a story about how he was followed closely by another vehicle as he drove up into the mountains. The car would not allow him to slow down or turn around, and he blamed the entire incident on this vehicle that was tailgating him. Obviously, this story does not match up with anything Schoen's would later tell detectives. The story he told authorities was that he drove up, got stuck, had a heart attack, fell asleep, and woke up to a car already parked behind him. This type of behavior is highly indicative of deception on Schoen's part. I would submit that whatever story Schoen's was telling people before he knew there was a serious police investigation might be closer to the truth than whatever he told investigators in the days and weeks after the event. The story that Schoen's reportedly gave Steve Robinson and Laura Lynn Smith as they drove him home is also quite specific. The story has an air of anger and frustration. He was being followed and he couldn't pull over or get off the road. This car forced him to get stuck in the snow, so they were responsible for the stress he was suffering from. This initial version of Schoen's story is incredibly important because it sets the stage for what sounds like a possible altercation. Schoen's was angry that there was a vehicle following him so closely, and due to the snow and the narrowness of the road, he felt he could not turn around or get off to the side. If Schoen's gets stuck in the snow, then the car that was following him closely would also have to stop as there was no room to pass. In a situation like this, what would be the odds that Mr. Schoen's would then get out of his car and confront the individuals that he believed caused him to get stuck in the snow? What if the car that had been following him so closely was the Montego, with the 5 men from Yuba City in it? Now, before we go any further down this line of speculation, we have to acknowledge a potential timeline issue. Joseph Schoen's was seen leaving the mountain house between 5:30 to 6 p.m. He then began heading up towards the snow. The Yuba City boys did not get out of their basketball game until about 10 p.m. For someone who knew where to go, it would take a little over an hour to drive to Schoen's location. I imagine it took the Yuba boys quite a bit longer than that. This timing fits with Schoen's story that he was aroused from sleep around 11 p.m. to midnight by whistling and lights coming into the cab of his vehicle. But how then do we square this with Schoen's story to Mr. Robinson that he was followed closely by a vehicle? There are a number of different avenues of speculation one can go down when discussing this case, and one thing that is important to keep in mind is this. The reaction that these 5 men might have to a stressful situation is likely to be different than for the average person. To be clear, the following is purely speculation on my part, but using the evidence at hand and Schoen's own words to Steve Robinson, I could imagine a scenario where Schoen's left the mountain house and traveled up towards the snow. He had just been to 2 different bars and reportedly drank quite a few beers over a short period of time. When he gets up near the snow, he stops somewhere along the road and falls asleep. It makes no sense for Schoen's to actually drive all the way up into the snow at this point if all he needed to do was check where it was. The mountain house witnesses said themselves that Schoen's was well aware of how easily someone could get stuck in the snow. He knew the area, he knew where to go and where not to. Continuing on, Schoen's gets awoken around 11 p.m. to midnight by the headlights and whistling of the Yuba boys as they arrive and find the path blocked by the VW Bug. Realizing he is sitting in the road, Schoen starts his vehicle and begins driving up looking for a place to pull off or turn around. But the road is so narrow and the snow so prevalent that he can't find anywhere to do this. Eventually, Schoen gets stuck in the snow, blocking the roadway. This obviously makes him angry to the point where he attempts to confront the men who he feels forced him up the mountain. One point of evidence to support this is the fact that a driver's side window on the Montego was rolled down. When it's cold outside, one of the few reasons you might roll down a window would be to talk with someone who is outside. Schoen's may have been confrontational with the Yuba boys. They in turn may have tried to leave, hurriedly attempting to back up. But much as Schoen's experienced, the road conditions made turning around very difficult, and the back wheels started to spin. The Yuba boys then get out of their vehicle in order to push it, but an altercation ensues with Schoen's. During a brief scuffle, Shones begins having a heart attack. This scares the boys as they might have felt somehow responsible, and they flee the situation altogether, running up the road into the snow and inevitable death. This speculation is being generous to Shones, who in his anger could also have threatened the Yuba boys in some way, forcing them into running away. After this event, Shones had a very interesting and delayed emotional reaction to whatever happened, since at the hospital he began to cry uncontrollably for quite some time. Shones' behavior in general is highly suspect, and while the different stories he told might all be untrustworthy, we are still forced to speculate with what we have. Shones' stories, as well as the testimony of multiple witnesses who encountered Shones or his vehicle around the time of the incident, are the information we have to work with. When Shones told investigators that a reddish truck came and picked the men up, it sent people and resources elsewhere. Shones made it sound like the Yuba boys got into a vehicle and left the area, while in reality it's almost a certainty that did not happen. All of this took scrutiny away from Shones and put it elsewhere. I think one thing is almost certain. Shones was hiding something. I think authorities believe this as well, but they had no real evidence against him. Shones' statement about how he should have done this 2 years ago also raises many questions. What did Shones do that night? According to the story he told police, all he did was get his car stuck and have a heart attack. He should have done that 2 years ago? His statement doesn't make much sense in this context, and makes one wonder if Shones knew one or more of the Yuba boys. Police tried very hard to find any potential connection Shones might have had with any of the 5 men, but they found nothing. Nothing that would show that Shones may have held a grudge against one of them. Shones did have a mentally handicapped daughter who lived with him and his wife in Sacramento. The Yuba boys had spent a lot of time driving to Sacramento for events and dances. It is unknown if they ever crossed paths with Shones and his daughter while in the area. The specificity of the words Shones chose also leads to questions. 2 years? What happened 2 years ago? The amount of time has popped up once before, Gary Mathias taking his meds roughly 2 years prior to the incident. Before that time, Mathias had been racking up quite a criminal record, and later multiple witnesses had stories about Mathias committing assaults, seemingly at random. At least a few of these had gone unreported to police. Was Shones the target of one of these incidents? Something that went unreported but that Shones never forgot? With no real evidence to support it, it certainly feels like a bit of a reach. It leads to too many other unanswered questions, like how would Shones get the Yuba boys to cross his path in the mountains? Was it just some unbelievable coincidence, or something more insidious? This is a case that gives you just enough information to want to make these types of speculations, but nothing ever seems to completely fit. There are rumors that Shones was known to his community as a drunk and a liar. Shones would be arrested for drunk driving only a year after the incident. He had a criminal record, with grand theft auto likely being the worst charge he received, but nothing to indicate that he was necessarily dangerous. Over the years, numerous other theories have been developed in relation to this case. Some wonder if one or all of these men were targeted, perhaps simply for being disabled. Back in the 1970s, such acts were not altogether uncommon. Gateway Projects itself was the target of numerous firebombing attacks in 1975. The Gateway Project's director, Donald Garrett, would eventually be found burned to death outside his home. It appeared as though someone threw an accelerant on him, followed by a match. Nobody would ever be arrested in association with these crimes. 3 years later, the Yuba boys would disappear, all of them having been associated with Gateway Projects. Police did not believe there to be a connection at the time, and there is certainly no evidence of one today. Whoever the Gateway Projects attacker was, they seemed more concerned with the organization itself, rather than the people Gateway Projects was set up to help. Still, the example exists to illustrate the possibility of the Yuba boys being a target, simply for their existence. Other theories are built on rumor, passed down through local families. Little physical or testimonial evidence exists to show that they are true. Some say that the town bully at the time, a man with a criminal past, was responsible for what happened to the boys. He would later go on to become a pastor. This individual may actually be a man by the name of Gary Dale Whiteley, the former husband of Sharon Mathias, Gary Mathias's sister. Gary Whiteley reportedly had a tumultuous relationship with both Sharon and the Mathias family. During interviews subsequent to the disappearance, he rarely, if ever, had a good thing to say about Gary Mathias. In 1994, a third-hand report would reach authorities that Gary Whiteley had admitted to being responsible for the deaths of 2 of the 5 Yuba boys. Apparently, this confession occurred while he was at church. While this story contributed to casting suspicion on Gary Whiteley, none of it had ever been proven. The individual who reported it was not there to witness the incident themselves, and not a single member of the church ever came forward to confirm that the supposed confession ever happened. The entire investigation was a difficult one for the Yuba County Sheriff. 3 separate counties would be involved in the case, which required close coordination. Sometimes things worked, sometimes they did not. The lead detective on the case, Lance Ayers, certainly tried his best to solve this mystery, even employing multiple sidekicks for their assistance. The sidekicks, for their part, added very little, if anything, to this case. After reading the predictions, well over 100 pages of them, I can say that none of them really came very close to getting things right when it came to the locations of the bodies. Ayers also spent a lot of time interviewing the families and compiling a profile for each of the missing men to better understand their behavior and reactions to stressful situations. The FBI was also used for assistance in this case. What the extent of their involvement was, I can't really say. When I requested information from the FBI about any of the Yuba Five, I was given a response that indicated that they did have records, but would not release them because this case is still considered to be open since Gary Mathias has yet to be found. There are records that indicate the entire case was reviewed as recently as 2006, whereupon they found that there were no leads that were not followed until the end. Also, as recently as 2020, the Yuba County Sheriff's Department considered Gary Mathias to be a victim of foul play, adding that the case remains an open missing person/homicide case. Given this, I'm frankly surprised that I was able to get the information I did with regard to this case. Even after all this speculating, there's a piece that simply doesn't fit, and it is the crux of this case, the true mystery. What were the Yuba boys even doing up in the mountains at 11 p.m., far off course from their route home? What could have possibly lured these men up there? Especially when they had their own important basketball game to attend the following morning. None of the men were known to have had any particular interest in the mountains or the snow. In fact, they disliked it. Jack Madruga's mother was adamant that he would not let anyone else drive his car. She also stated that he had laid out all his basketball equipment in his room in preparation for the game the following morning. It appears he fully intended on making it back home that night. Madruga's mother was also emphatic that her son would not pick up any hitchhikers and would not stop on the roadway to give assistance to anyone except possibly a female, and only if they specifically asked for help. She was also adamant that her son would not drive his vehicle to the location where it was found due to his fear of the dark. She felt certain that he would not stray from the route to and from the basketball game. She would also say that she believed that if someone were to hold Madruga at gunpoint, he would obey. Were the boys lured up into the mountains after coming across a woman in distress, or were they taken up there more forcefully? And there always remains the possibility that they went up there for reasons we simply have not considered. While some believe that Madruga simply made a wrong turn, I think that scenario to be unlikely. How far would they have had to go before realizing they were off course? Between the 5 of them, at least one would have likely noticed something amiss. It's pretty much a straight shot from Chico back to Yuba City where the men lived. This is the exit that Madruga missed, either on purpose or by accident. Afterwards, their path would have led them straight into Oroville, a city that they supposedly had no intention of visiting. If they were lost, they could easily pull over here and ask for directions. Instead, they made their way onto the Oro-Quincy Highway. Madruga had a fair amount of driving experience, having driven trucks during his tenure in the Army. There was many miles of road and a city where Madruga could have turned around if he had thought he was lost. At the time, Yuba Undersheriff Jack Beecham felt it was unlikely that Madruga simply got lost for these same reasons. The group should have been on Highway 99, but they veered off course for some reason. Madruga's mother would state that the group had never taken Highway 70 before during their many trips to Chico, so this diversion was very out of character. Whatever the explanation is, it appears to have been an intentional decision. Did the boys have some plan in mind when they traveled up that way, and running into Schoen's vehicle was just an unlucky accident? Or did something more sinister drive the boys up that way? Some have postulated that Madruga was not the driver of the car as it made its way into the mountains, but Madruga certainly had the ability to make the drive despite the dangers and roughness of the mountain roads. According to contemporary newspaper articles, the pavement on the Oro-Quincy Highway ended at around 4,000 feet in elevation, with Madruga's vehicle being found about 400 feet higher than that, which amounts to a distance of under a mile. They didn't travel on unpaved road for very long. Other newspaper reports indicate that the vehicle was found just 200 yards into the snow line, so they didn't travel on snow for very long either. When Madruga was found, he still had his car keys with him. The coroner's receipt confirms that when he received the remains, part of Madruga's property consisted of 4 keys. So if Madruga had the keys, and he was the driver, why did he drive up to this area? Whatever happened at the location of the vehicles, it appears to have frightened the 5 men. A few of them were scared of the dark. A few of them hated the cold. None of them were likely in any hurry to endure both. The Montego was also left with a window down, something Madruga's mother contends he would never do. If they left willingly, most people would be inclined to travel downhill, especially when they know that that is the direction of safety. But the Yuba boys went up. Everything seems to indicate that they left in a hurry and perhaps out of fear. Their vehicle, though not necessarily stuck, might as well have been. Madruga likely had little experience driving in the snow, and being on a narrow road surrounded by snow with nowhere to turn around could easily create a stressful situation. We may never know why they were there or what happened when they encountered Shones's vehicle. We are left with a number of deceptive puzzle pieces that are difficult to fit together. Shones likely knew more than he let on, and the heart attack he had, whether it was real or not, only worked to give him a good alibi. Whatever he knew, he took it to the grave when he passed away in 2004. Everything that happened next, sadly, is not all that surprising. 5 men experiencing a traumatic fight for survival in unforgiving conditions. Given the fact that they were all wearing light clothing, it's a miracle any of them made it as far as they did. The 3 who died along the road to the fire camp would only end up being covered by snow during the storm that hit days later, adding to the fact that they were already outside of the initial search perimeter that had been set up. Matthias, the only one of the 5 who really had any survival experience, lasted longer than the rest. And it is just as likely he perished in the snow after making an attempt to leave the trailer. By that time, he would have been deep into starvation, his feet frostbitten. Matthias simply might have made it to an area further away than anyone had really considered. This case is certainly a mystery, and oftentimes is considered by some to be paranormal. Given all of the information, there is nothing necessarily paranormal about this case. There are too many possible worldly explanations that involve real and shady characters to even really consider a paranormal explanation. I tend to agree with the Yuba County Sheriff's impression that this incident was the result of foul play. The only problem is figuring out the who and the why. Unfortunately, the likelihood of figuring that out dissipated with each passing year, and now that we've reached the 45th year since this incident occurred, it feels like it may never happen. The mystery of the Yuba County Five will likely endure, and the trauma the families had to experience will continue to burden their subsequent generations. That is the unfortunate reverberation of most unsolved crimes. Until next time, thanks for watching.
Yeah, that's pretty sad because this case will probably never be solved.
I love this creator, like, just phenomenal.
He's awesome.
Absolutely.
I love the sketches.
I approve this message. I do. I love the sketch. Like, there's a lot of content out there. There's a lot of other, but the Missing Enigma, like, this is a channel that I personally binge watch the hell out of. If I'm not listening to 911 calls or body cams, like, I love the channel. It's a great channel. There's a couple other really good channels out there too, but like, just the research and the heart and the information, it's not where you go on to if you listen to a lot of podcasts and you're like, wow, they really did their research. And then you start researching, you pull up Wikipedia and you're like, this cat daddy sit here and read Wikipedia and used a bunch of photos that are stock photos. What the actual hell? But this guy, he's great. I love it. Absolutely love it. Matahari, it is well worth binge watching. I'm telling you. Absolutely well worth binge watching. I love the Missing Enigma. Like, great channel. And I'm going to drop that channel link.
I'll get it out of the Yuba
Gonna
Five
drop
tab
the
on Discord.
link. And I'm going to make sure I put all these in the description. But this is another case. I'm not going to share the video, but I am going to bring up the screen long enough to show you guys. This case I've covered before. This one here, Dennis Martin. It's on your screen here. Let me see. I've got it all the way big. Dennis Martin, the Great Smoky Mountains. I've covered that case as well. It's been a long time. That's another one that we might put on the list if you guys are enjoying these mysterious cases that have all the things. We may do that as well. Do you know the case of Dennis Martin, Kimber?
No, but I can, whenever we're ready to cover it, let me know. I'll research it. So I know I like to research
we can do that.
them. So that I know.
We could do that this weekend. And Dennis Martin's a Tennessee case.
Yeah, so that I'm not sitting up here going, oh, sure. So I'm not sitting up here going, oh, yeah, sure.
And some of them think my man had something to do with it. Dun, dun, dun.
What man?
My man on my hat, see him?
Oh, Bigfoot. Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
He's everywhere.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all can't see all my Bigfoots, can you, because of my chair? Look, I'll show you guys this. He's cast iron, so he's super heavy. He's a piggy bank. He's vintage. It's what Tater and Maya got me for Christmas. I love him. I'm covered with Bigfoot all behind me. He's my man. My daddy says he's the angel that takes care of all the missing that are in the woods.
But yeah, I like these.
My little gold Bigfoots.
I like these rabbit holes.
I like rabbit holes. Dennis Martin's another good rabbit hole. It's about a little boy, and I'm not gonna like ruin it for you, but it's about a little boy that went on a camping trip with his family. His name was Dennis Martin.
Okay.
And it was one of the biggest cases of a search party ever used in history in the state of Tennessee. We're talking about the Boy Scouts came and helped search. Big time rabbit hole.
Miss Barbara, we'll dig around and see if we can find out anything more about the Yuba Five, and maybe we can do a part. Maybe we can actually do like a part 2 one night as well.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's a couple other videos, and there's a lot of articles that I didn't go into tonight because I knew this was going to run into being a kind of a long live. But like I said, this is those cases where you can't come on and go, all right, guys, we're live for an hour.
And we love you. We love y'all's input too. We love because we knew once we said we were going to do this, we were like, oh, this will be a great case, and we'll get some, we'll get a lot of good feedback from chat, and we appreciate all the feedback. And you guys remember to hit that like, share, and subscribe button, and hit your notification so when we do go live, or when Mom goes live, that y'all don't miss a live.
And I do open panels too, like we do decompression lives. For those of y'all that are new to the channel, Minnie is my son. He went boots on the ground when Riley Strain was missing in Nashville, Tennessee. He is a gamer and a program builder, computer builder person. I don't know what the hell you call him. He's one of those. He does the thing. Like, I got a new iWatch for Christmas that he went in and did all the things to. I have a MacBook that's worth an ungodly amount of money because he went in and did all the things to it. And it's actually an Apple MacBook and it's a Microsoft computer as well, all in one machine. And it's badass, and I'm terrified to use it. But because I'm scared I'm going to like touch a button and send myself to the freaking moon on it. But we do decompression streams with him, and sometimes he shares like games. So sometimes we do games, sometimes we do words on stream, which is a really fun game where the chat gets to interact and you guess words and we pass levels, and it gets kind of competitive in here, especially if Mecky's in here. My mod that was in here earlier, she's very competitive. So it's a lot of fun. Hi, Lucky. Thank you for coming over here. Good to see you, honey. And sometimes we do really serious cases. Sometimes we do missing cases. Sometimes I do interviews with family members. Open panel nights. Open panel nights are kind of like anything goes. There's no telling. You might come in here and we may be talking about Kimber's bacon.
Kimber's what?
Kimber's bacon.
Yeah, we might talk about Kimber's bacon. No, if she's doing interviewing family members, I won't be up here because I'm not versed in that yet. We haven't gotten that far with me, so I won't be up here if she's interviewing family members because I'm not versed in that, and I don't want to accidentally say something wrong or ask the wrong question to a family member. So I won't be up here. That's not something I'm ready for yet. Mom's going to teach me how to do that, but not
We will
something
get
I'm.
there.
We'll get there.
We will get there. We will have Kimber doing it too. If Steve Hodell's dad was still alive at the time, I'm sure Steve would claim his dad killed the Yuba County Five a few years after was the Zodiac decades. And then the Black Dahlia, right? Thank you
Who's
so
the
much,
Black-
Lucky, for coming in. That's
The
another
Black
good
Dahlia,
one.
That's another good one.
That is another good one. And if you're in my Discord, if you're not in my Discord, that's fine. But my Discord's open. As I said, we're not monetized. I don't have memberships or any of that kind of stuff. There's a tab in the Discord that says subscribers. Does it say subscribers suggestions or something like that? You have an idea, a case you want run. You can. All my socials are found in my about page. Or if you are in the Discord, you're always more than welcome to drop a case, a video, anything that you might find interesting, because I really enjoy, communicating with my chat and having the interaction with my chat, because without the chat, like I said earlier, me and Kimber just be up here bullshitting. Hell, we can do that on the phone.
Yep.
So if you guys have something that's interesting to you or something, you guys want to look more into the Yuba Five, we can dig and do some more research, dump some more stuff in the tab, because I did make a Yuba 5 tab in the Discord. Dump some more stuff in there, and we'll hit this case hard. We'll go with the speculation nation. We'll pull up ideas, theories, think tank it out, man.
Yeah,
and
because we
never know.
appreciate all you. And we appreciate all you guys' feedback, because Mom and I had discussed that this would be a great case, and we would get a lot of feedback from chat, and we have, and we appreciate all the feedback too. Your guys' theories, your what might have happened, what could have happened. We appreciate it all, because it's definitely a rabbit hole, and we do love a good rabbit hole.
I love me a rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
Love me a good rabbit hole. And Miss Barbara, anytime you want to come up here on the front porch, my front porch is your front porch. You want to come up here and we can scream, cry, cuss, laugh, joke, whatever you want to do, ma'am. Just reach out to me. I will make time. I will move something around if I have to make time for you. You're always welcome here. Don't ever think that you're not. You know me as Sunshine from way back when Arctic first started covering Timmy's case. I'm still the same person I was. And I love you dearly, and I appreciate you. And that, like I said, you come up here and you sit and we can rock on the front porch together, and we can laugh, cry, scream, cuss, holler, yell, do all the things, ma'am.
We're doing rant chat tomorrow night, aren't we?
We are doing a rant chat tomorrow night. We are absolutely doing a rant chat tomorrow night, because I believe that people don't realize that I worked 40, 50 hours a week. I'm a mom. I'm a stepmom. And I'm a caretaker. Calling my husband, I've been with him long enough. He's my fiance. Got the big old diamond ring here. He is 80% metal, was in a tragic car accident, died twice in the car accident, headed to the hospital, and then he died again in surgery. He was unable to walk for 4 months. 2 months of that was spent, a month and a half of it was spent in a coma, 4 surgeries. A lot on my plate. I lost my job a week before Christmas because we all got laid off. And anybody that's in this chat or this lady up here on panel will tell you that I haven't asked for a damn dime from anybody.
No, ma'am, she hasn't.
Not a damn dime from anybody. I get family to come in this chat and tell you I ain't asked for a damn dime from anybody.
No, she hasn't, because I've been like, "Are you okay? Do you need this? Do you need that?" And she's like, "No," because I have offered, and she won't take it. And I can tell you that hands down, swear she will not. So I can tell y'all, she will not.
It's just like these right here. Kimber was on the phone with me when these were brought to me tonight. These right here are printed flyers from our printer here at the house. You know what happened with these? Once 100 of them get printed, these get shipped out. Because there are people that can come in this chat that will tell you that I don't ask for a damn dime. And I not only send flyers, I send a channel gift. It might be a cup, it might be a keychain. Who knows what I'll throw in there? Hell, it might be a t-shirt. Could be a hat, pot holder. Nobody knows till they get the package as a thank you.
I'm
I do
drinking
have
from my
merch.
Mind of Monsters cup now.
Mine's in the cabinet, or I'd show mine. I normally have it, but I have my big cup I got for Christmas.
And they come with nice little metal straws, and I love metal straws. And
I've got one right here.
And it comes with the brush to clean your nice little metal straw, because I like metal straws because plastic gets so funky. But yes, and it keeps your drink cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I love mine. But
There
no,
we go.
she doesn't ask for a dime. She prints all of her own flyers. She pays to have them. She pays for the
Channel cut.
postage to ship them out. Yep, that's the one. That's not
This
the
is
one
an
I have.
investigator metal.
That's the investigator. Yep.
There's some ASMR for you. These are investigator. They're metal. They have a little lid. They've got the straws and stuff and all the things. And
it comes.
Kimber, what do I charge for these cups?
Absolutely nothing.
I send these out as a thank you. And I appreciate you for taking time out of your life to hang flyers, distribute flyers, share a missing person's face, name, say their name, tell their story.
She just sent one to me because she keeps saying I'm her only friend. So
I love my Kimber. I've sent Doodle one.
Mom.
I sent Clue one. I sent Dago one. That one's Fars. She's not in here. She'll probably replay through and bust me before it gets to her. That was a surprise cup for Far. Far Q. Many of you guys know her from around the streets are in here. She's actually my very first mod. You're very welcome, Miss Barbara.
But she does. She sends. She does all this on her own. She pays for the postage of anything she sends out. She pays for the postage. She does not charge for her channel merch. Of course, you can go to. If you do want to order anything, you can go to Drifty's store and order things, because Drifty does have a very nice array of stuff where you can order things. I think Mom's got a link to it somewhere.
Yep. I can drop a link.
She does.
Taylor, if you don't have a printer, what I do is I print them and I send them to people that don't have the means monetarily or a printer to print your own flyers. I'm not a weirdo. I'm not going to drive by your house. I'm not going to fly a drone over your house. If you want to send me your address, I'll send you out some flyers. I will tell you that marionette you got is a bit creepy. You're fine, honey. You're fine. This is my sister's website. No, that's her damn YouTube channel. Good Lord.
Yeah. I told her when she sent me a picture of that clown marionette to put it to lock it in the trunk.
I think this is the right website. She was in here earlier. The next time she comes in, I'll get her to drop it, but I think this is it. But this is her YouTube channel, and you can see some of the merchandise that she makes, and she puts cat videos on there because she has a psychotic cat that she swears is a sweet baby. It's not. It's fucking psychotic. Yeah, just send it to me, and I will send you some flyers. Those flyers are headed out. That person not going to pay me a dime. Because unless someone is waterboarded for my Cash App, I don't throw it around. But some people like to waterboard other people for my Cash App.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Do, 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 do.
I
One
don't know
such
what you're-
lady had texted another lady and threatened
I
to
don't know.
waterboard her.
I don't know
And
what you're talking about. She
war
threatened
torture.
me. She
Or-
threatened me. I had no choice. Dude, you know she carries.
Shit.
And you know she's an accurate shot.
And I also send out flyers of Vlad. Well, my desk is a whole ass mess, y'all. And these are in color. And I send these. Those of y'all that don't know, this is a case that's very close to my heart. I'm very close to his family. And I was actually on the news a couple weeks ago.
Night mittens.
About Vlad, because that's what we do when we're doing the damn thing, is you do the damn thing.
And Mom's teaching me how to do the damn thing.
We're going to teach you how to do the damn thing. See, Peggy said she got a tumbler from Drifty Rabbit, True Crime Junkie.
Awesome.
I love that cup. I have one somewhere. Mine's red, and it's got like this chick. You guys have seen me like on Dago's panel where I pull my hair up in a bun, except my sister like created it where it's my hair up in a bun, but the scrunchie is crime scene tape. It's actually a really cool fucking cup. I don't know if I have a picture.
Drifty does amazing work. And it's the sublimation stuff.
She really does.
And so the sublimation stuff, and she does mouse pads and stuff, and she does it with the sublimation stuff. And you know, the sublimation stuff is like the new wave stuff. So the sublimation stuff is it stays on better, you know, mouse pads and all that good stuff. So
well, hell, the shirt that I have on that you guys can't see, this is an investigator shirt. I'll make myself big again here. You can see my investigator. They're sublimated on there. It's one of my favorite shirts, so it's a little faded. But when in life have we not been faded at least once?
this is true.
I may not have a True Crime Junkie in here. I thought I did. I know I do all my Streamlabs. Because it's actually the background of my Streamlabs. Oh, yeah, I do too.
You can plan on Mom going live more because I'm forcing her to go live more.
I need to, though. I really need to build the channel back up. I miss spending time with you.
Because I told her the other night, because I told her, I said, we got to do the Yuba 5. We got to, because we've been talking about it. I'm like, let's do it. And, you know, I just kind of like forced my way in as co-host kind of when, you know, she's not, like I said, doing the family or Minnie's not here. So I just like, you know, if you don't mind me co-hosting with you, you know. And
Yeah,
she's like,
this is the True Crime
no.
Junkie. Isn't that
So-
badass?
Oh, I like that. I'm gonna get a mouse. I wonder if she's got a mouse pad like that.
She can make anything you want. Like my
Good,
mouse
I do.
pad Doodle is the one that created this.
Yes,
My
I
Bigfoot
remember
and the
that one.
alien.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a mouse pad.
I think I want to get
And
that
I have
on a mouse pad.
keychains. I have keychains too that Or the Bigfoot and the alien in the Mind of Monsters coffee shop.
I remember
But
when
yeah,
Doodle
this is the
did
true
that.
crime junkie.
I think I'm gonna get that on a mouse pad. I remember when Doodle did that alien and the Bigfoot on the. I remember when she did that alien and Bigfoot, and we were like, "Oh, that would be great for like channel merch."
Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's the background on my phone. Like, no shit, guys. Y'all probably can't see it because of my ring light, but like that is legit the background on my phone. We love us some Doodle around here. But yeah, you guys have seen my messy bun. So instead of a scrunchie, she used crime scene tape because she's just badass like that.
Yes, I love it.
I'm going to check that out. I dropped her link, but I'm not sure if that's her because I think she's using Shopify now. So if that's the wrong link, I apologize ahead of time. She takes care of my disabled autistic sister, so she's probably crashed out by now. You can help sending out flyers. Thank you, Miss Barbara. I appreciate that. I gotta head to sleep. Well, thank you for hanging out with us, Mitten. Sweet dreams, all that good stuff. Super cool. And please leave some DNA on that like button. It is your touch DNA, and you get to keep it on your device. I will not be collecting your DNA for anything. It will not be used in a court of law against you. All right, guys, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's midnight where Kimber is. She has to work tomorrow, so I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. I do appreciate everybody for being here. I love you each and every one. Love my replay crew, my mods, my community, my newbies, my lurkers, my haters. I'm thrilled to death you guys are all here. And hit that like button, hit that thumbs up. It helps with the algorithm, helps get the channel back out into the algorithm because I can upload a goofy ass video about alligators and get 12,000 views and do a serious case and get 100 views. So we do want YouTube to realize that we're back in the house. We're on the front porch. We're rocking. We're smoking. We're drinking wine. We're doing the damn thing.
That's right. Are we gonna be live 7:30 tomorrow?
Yes. Yes, we will be. Well, thank you, Eduardo. I really enjoyed you being here. Thank you so much, Lucky.
Thanks,
that is
everybody,
ODD.
for being here.
Thank you, Brutally, for hanging out here with us. Thank you, Peggy, for being here. You guys are all rock. And you guys remember, we say this at the end of every show. If you see something, say something. We never give up. It takes
Never
a village
lose
to
hope.
raise a child. As Kimber said, you never lose hope. And I will catch you guys on the flip side.
Bye, y'all. Night, Mom.
Night, sweetie. Thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.